Welcome to the city of Vizag. We are getting you live coverage of round 4 from the beautiful city of Vizag, Vishakhapatnam for the Vizag 2023.
Akshay Sharma here. Oh, look at Akshay Sharma, the upcoming golfer. Sun is Bishnoi. Shades of brilliance. Seen all throughout yesterday. Champion on tour. And now we get into the final day proceedings here at the Vizag Open 2023. I'm your host, Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my co-host Aditya Rajkumar Chauhan. We're live from the East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam, Vizag. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 CR. It's a stroke play event. And your leader in the clubhouse is Sanit Bishnoi. Solid play over 3 days at 9 under par, closely followed by Akshay Sharma, and then Shivinder Sisodia, Trishul Chinappa, and Sarthik Chibar rounding up the top five. Has been fantastic play thus far. It's the first time that we've had the privilege of being here at Vizag and this golf course specifically, and it's not disappointed to say the least. It's been stellar performances by all the players. The cut was applied at 2 over. It's been a keenly contested tournament thus far, seen some difficult scoring conditions yesterday. And let's see if today is more of the same or if the players bite back. Aditya, what's your take?
Good morning to all of you joining us on the AVP network for the live Vizag Open round 4 being telecasted your way. Yes, round 3 was a bit of a struggle for most of the players as the conditions got really hard and harsh. A total of 53 people have made cut, and the fight is on for numero uno spot, for which Sunit, Akshay, Shivinder, Trishul will be gearing up and licking their chops to outpave each other.
Yes, absolutely. It's looks like the calm before the storm, as they say. It's going to be a stormy final day, especially if the wind gods have anything to do with it. I think the thunder gods are Thor, right? So the wind gods are Freya. So
Uh,
maybe it depends on which one is going to be more active today.
as of right now, thunder is the last thing what we are expecting because it's a bright sunny day. As you can see on your screens, the players are gearing up to get their round going.
And that on your screens is
Thangar,
Harin.
there is Thanga Raja.
That's the group of Harinder Gupta, Sarthik Chibar, and Trishul Chinappa. Harry there limbering up. Our apologies. We got a little bit of a delay there. That's actually Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal and Thangaraja and Rohan Dole Patil. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal has quite a semblance with Harinder. I must say that.
Yes, they hail from the same hometown
Yeah,
and pretty much are at each other's throat while practicing and
so
having betting games. So
that's
a
an
bit
early.
of shades of each other are running through them.
And there you have, as they say, man's best friend.
Yes, man's best friend is just trying to give them a gentle go ahead of cuteness and a little bit of a positive vibe, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Golf course is home to a lot of ecology, flora, fauna, and obviously wildlife. It is what sustains the environment, and I must say that as far as sport is concerned, it's one of the most environment-friendly sport. A lot of fresh air, and Rajiv Jatiwal really came into his own yesterday, really playing well, and we've seen flashes of brilliance. Let's see if he's able to replicate that sort of performance today. Currently sitting at 2 under par, and Thanga Raja sitting in at 2 under par, and even his other co-player Rohan Dole Patil at a couple under par as well. Early morning with those drone shots showing just the intricate design and layout of the golf course. Even as we see this approach shot, you can see there's those two tall trees there obfuscating the view.
Yes, and on the first tee, you have Thanga, Rajiv, Kumar Jetiwal, and Rohan gearing up to start off the round. And just an update for people who have just joined us. We've had a bit of a hot start by Mr. Shamim Khan, where he's gone 3 under par in his first three holes. And Rohan, who hails from Pune Golf Club, would be looking to get a fast start in shapes of what Shamim has been doing on the golf course.
Yeah, it's a good position for him to be here on the final day and pretty much in with a long shot for the championship. He finds himself 7 shots behind, but stranger things have happened. It's like a very neutral grip by Rohan. Those shoes remind me a little bit of Fred Couples' golf shoes. I think that's what they say an easy Sunday looks like.
Well, this round's going to be anything but easy as it's a uphill task for players starting at 2 under par and 3 under par because the leader sits clear of all the chasing pack by just a single shot.
Now the furry friend being led off with what it can be an impediment for a golfer. Golfers do require benign, quiet environment in order to play. Now you see Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal at the ripe young age of 47 doesn't look it. And to be honest, I didn't know that he's 47. So really doing well. Steep on the backswing, sort of reroutes the club, and it came out well. Low fade.
Yes, and next on the tee you have the one of the torch bearers for the Sri Lankan flag, the ever so smiling N. Thangaraja.
Thanga going with more of an aggressive approach with a rescue. Thanga,
Yes, the length of this golf course does demand a bit of a aggressive tee shot.
Thanga hailing from Royal Colombo, 42 years of age. I must say that a lot of these golfers who are heading into the 40s have kept themselves in great shape, and it has also been necessitated by the competition that they're facing from the younger lot. I personally didn't know that even Thanga's in his 40s, so they're doing well for themselves.
Of course, all these athletes have taken great care about themselves so that they can have a prolonged career. As it is, professional athletes do take care of themselves. And this just goes to show that if your health is on your side at 47, what Mr. Jatiwal has been doing is possible. Chasing with people half his age.
Yes, absolutely. Maybe even
From the stats, what we just got to show, we have seen that Rajiv has been a tour professional for 25 years. That might just be the
yeah, he
overall age of our leader.
might actually be more than the leader's age. Shows you that he's been around, and I think that's why golf is a unique game. It has its athletic requirements, and but if you take care of yourself and are still able to swing the club to the best of your ability, you can still compete off and on. I mean, you might not be as competitive as you were in your 20s, but Phil Mickelson has shown us with his performances. I think the major victory when he was 49, if I'm not wrong,
Yes.
and then the runner-up at 50. But obviously, he's made of sterner stuff. He's really does hit the ball still very long, 330 odd yards. That does. I've noticed that golfers who tend to have that distance with them, for them, golf in their 40s is a little easier because you kind of lose that as you go ahead. As you have a look at the first hole, an aerial shot.
Yes, the beautiful views of the first hole. I think the calf workouts for Mr. Mickelson have been paying off for the prolonged career.
Yes, and I think. But he's been quite a betting man as well, and everything has seemed to work out perfectly well as far as his calculations were concerned in terms of the future of golf and live and PG and DP World Tour. So it seems like for the viewers and the players are the ones that have won in the end. They get to see more high quality golf, more collaboration. Talking about collaboration, the PGTI and DP World Tour signed that historic partnership, and that allows our professionals to have a footprint in Europe and the other way around as well.
Absolutely long, big strides have been made in in the last year, where not only the prize purse has been anteed up, world ranking points, but ample opportunities to showcase your skills on different tours have been provided to the players. So, a great job by our CEO, Mr. Uttam Mundi, of for taking the tour in a positive direction and giving the players the opportunities. PGTI, the forum, giving the players the opportunity to not only make this as a career but also make it a living.
Yes, absolutely. That ball,
A ball seems to have bounced into the bunker.
little errant. As you're talking about some of the other scores out on the golf course, there have been players who've gotten off to. And how do you think that will translate for the rest of the day? You think that players starting earlier will have an advantage because, as you see, it's too windy. As we have a look at what Raji faces. It's a good camera angle. Seems to be putting a little bit of draw on that. Let's see if that finds the fairway. Yes, that's brilliantly done. Now he'll have that short pitch and putt in order to make his birdie. There, look at those short traces.
Yeah, wonderful use of technology.
You see the ball flight difference where Hanga hit it. Really came off low. Puts a lot of compression on the ball.
His thanga, like we were speaking yesterday, has one of those heavy hits on the ball, helps keep the ball more on target and comes out with a more of a run out even after it's dropped. So ball compression is very important, and Thanga has just showcased that with his beautiful tee shot.
Now taking that walk up the fairway.
Yeah, on the right hand side, there is a bunker guarding the defenses of the fairway. And it looks like Muniappa's ball, C. Muniappa's ball has found the trouble on the right.
Just gotten an update from Nikhil, and the greens are actually rolling in at 10 today. So shows you that the greens do get faster as the tournament progresses. That's probably because you have a lot more players trampling upon the surface, and that that sort of burns the grass a little bit as well. And then you have successive cutting of the grass, and you're having a lot of players come through. So 10 is pretty good. That means that the greens would have a lot of speed to them as compared to the previous days.
Yes, of course. 10 is a very good speed on the green, especially on a coastal side golf course where the breeze is also variable. So watch out for those sharp turning, twisting putts, and I'm sure the players will also relish the challenge.
On the screen now, Om Prakash Chauhan, Gaurav Pratap Singh, all very brightly decked up.
Yes, just don't go by their calm demeanor, the permutation and combinations of numbers, what are going in their brain, widely just suggest that everybody is on for business. Here's a stern look from Gaurav towards the fairway. Gaurav hails from Noida Golf Club, turned pro 2006.
Yeah, it's been a while that he's been a professional. Uh, Really good play by him, though, especially this year with that victory. I think almost after a drought of 12 or 13 odd years.
He's had his gap between wins is about 14 years.
That's a lot. So it
So
shows you that never give up is he likes to really lift that club outside. Favors a left to right fade.
a slight lean towards the right by any player just suggests that the ball is marginally off target.
Okay,
With
now.
the calibers of guys like Gaurav and Om Prakash, slightly right would mean maybe 4 5 yards on right of the target, unlike our regular golfers.
OP, 37 years of age, home course Kalar Blues and Greens Ahmedabad. Really gets through the ball, likes to keep down and hit through it.
There's Mohammad Sanju trying to loosen up before his first shot of the day. Mohammad Sanju hails from Calcutta and his home course is Royal Calcutta, the second oldest golf course. Also favoring a fade. I guess the winds are strong from left to right, and every player is just throwing caution to the wind and pushing their balls a little on the left hand side so that they twirl into the center of the fairway.
Well, that again depends on how a player likes to play. As we have a look at Rajiv's approach shot, see the flag fluttering. This is where he excels. He's really good at this part of the game, and he's shown us why.
Yes, that's a fabulous shot from roughly about 70 yards out. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, maybe give or take.
He's kept it at a beautiful position under the flag, a very short birdie putt coming up for Jatiwal. Would be looking to fire up his round early up.
Let's see what Rohan can do here. Maybe he'll touch below 70, maybe all of 50, 55 yards.
Yes, Rohan on the same similar lines, but way closer.
Let's see if he tries to flight it a little lower and give it a couple of bounces, try and roll it up to the flag. I would think, given that there is a substantial amount of wind from the players back, that's the shot that he would favor. Take a couple of rolls and release. Oh, he's done brilliantly as well. Oh, almost playing snooker there. He'll show Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal the way, and I'm pretty sure that Rajiv won't complain.
Yes, in such scenarios, it's always good to have a sighter. And Rajiv, they're acknowledging Rohan that thanks for ending up just behind my ball. Not these that the professional golfers of their caliber need any help, but always a better idea, a better, clearer picture to look at what's happening on the roll, especially when you're starting off your round.
Exactly. Early start, especially if you have a hot start, does really help you. Sets the rest of the day, especially on a golf course like this. I feel because we've seen how difficult it has been for players to shoot under par, and if yesterday is anything to go by, then each shot will be really dear. It'll be one of those golf courses where you sort of hang on and sort of just wait as other players sort of wilter away.
Absolutely. If yesterday was anything, today is just going to be the same scenario if this wind stays similar. But yes, final round is a bit of a nervy day for anybody because over here, as in how you finish up with one hole, that hole is omitted and you do not get to play it again. So, word of caution, extra thoughts, a little bit of more meticulous preparation will be going on by every player so that there is no such falter from which they have to recover.
As you previously spoke of Shamim Khan's hot start, he in fact got off to a par birdie eagle start. So joining that elusive club, the club where players have made eagles on this golf course. So good on Shamim. As we have a look at Thanga's birdie attempt here. Uphill, maybe all of about 25 feet. Should eventually break to his left in the end. Leaving it short.
He's left it a little shorter than he would have liked, but still early days. Now, Rohan from that setup is just trying to gauge the break on the green. Aim point has changed a little bit of system how the players read the green, especially now that the USGA allow you to pretty much walk through your intended putting line.
Yeah, I think aim point is a very good system as far as the players can master it. Always seemed a little more complicated to me in terms of how to gauge what is the slope that you have as we have a look at Shul here.
Yes, the Bangalore local just trying to stay loose before the day starts, and all of them are up and away.
It's a
This,
group of Trishul, Sarthak Chibber, and Harinder Gupta.
yes, finally, your
I don't know who's the doppelganger. Is it Harinder Gupta or Rajiv Jatiwal? But they do have a little bit of similarity. Obviously, Rajiv would hope that he can emulate Harinder's career.
of course, Harinder has some serious wins in the yesteryears and would be looking to make it an add-on bonus this week. Well, that somewhat lengthy Papa didn't phase Hanga at all because he didn't even waste time to worry about taking out the flagstick. Just popped it in like as in he was playing a practice round. There you have it again. Rohan trying to stand a little wider on his intended line so that he can gauge the break. This is a new system called the aim point, which a lot of players do apply. Helps you kind of understand where the high point on their putting target line is. I'll tell you what, Rajiv would be paying extra attention on this because he's probably three rolls ahead of him exactly on the same line. Nicely done. Starts off with a birdie. Best way to start your day is with gaining a shot back onto the field, and Rohan has marched forward exactly doing that. Let's see if your dark horse, Mr. Jatiwal, can emulate the same thing, what has happened in front of him.
Yes, that putt would have aided him clear any form of doubt that he might have had. Pretty straightforward putt, but would need to ensure that it's a good hit. I don't think being on the side of caution is the way to hold these putts on this golf course. Well done.
Yes, both Rajiv and Rohan are to a fast start. Birding the first hole of the day sets a good tone to begin. Always good to have a opening hole par 5. Just gives you a little bit of a breathing space is what I think. If you're starting off with a par 5 rather than an opening tight
Yeah,
of par
especially the
4.
way this hole is set up because it invariably takes the driver. Harinder Gupta, still very young. I think it seems like forever that we've seen him on tour. He turned pro really early. He's been pro for almost 20 years now, 19 years. So turned pro
$29.
at the age of 20. He turned professional actually. So has spent a lot of time. as a professional and obviously yielded a lot of results as we see that he likes to favor a left right fade and yeah, came off really well. Had that shoulder injury which had ailed him for a while. Hope that he's on the other side of that now. We have a look at Sarthak. Big build Sarthak. Got a lot of burly strength, and that really comes in handy in golf. Hailing from Delhi Golf Club, so definitely has that accuracy game dialed in.
Yes, this is his third season on tour, so he should feel right at home. Again, starting the ball a little left of the center fairway is the norm of the day, as Sarthak has also displayed.
A little bit of a Jim Furyk in there on the backswing.
Yeah, I guess he was trying to keep it a little lower than normal.
Trishul Chinnappa, 29 years of age, playing at Karnataka Golf Association, turned professional about 8 years ago. So has a lot of experience. Winner of the All India Amateur Championship. Very good amateur lineage. Going with a longer club, it seems to be a 3 or a 2 iron, it seems. Oh, that he's double crossed that. Was intending to hit a fade, but came off the other way, it seems. He's going to find himself in a spot of bother.
Not from the expressions that he's posting, he looks calm as a cucumber, as they say.
Let's see where that ball ends up.
Yes, and as you can see, this group is also up and running. So anybody who's watching or is keen on watching should know that we are giving you live coverage of the Vizag Open from Vishakhapatnam. Round four is underway, and everybody is trying to chase the number one spot, which right now is being held by Sunit. Here's another look at the pro tracer. That's Gaurav Pratap moving the ball left, right. Everybody's trying to keep the ball a little lower than normal because Vizag has shown some serious wind power.
I really like the way that OP gets through the ball. Speed is imperative at the point of impact. You want golfers who can accelerate through. You often find players have a very fast backswing or really pull hard at the start of the backswing, but there are very few who can continue acceleration post impact. And those are the players you see with a very strong finish. It's not easy because you require a lot of flexibility, strength in those shoulders and wrists in order to have that strong sort of wind. Like you've seen Rory McIlroy gets through the ball really well. So Om Prakash also has that good movement to the left side and still maintains that balance. And that's one of the reasons that he's one of the best ball strikers on this tour.
Yes, and here is a chance for OP to showcase his brilliance in short game. I'm guessing 4 5 feet short and right, exactly where Jatiwal and
You see,
Rohan
it's a
ended up.
different kind of shot he employed.
Yeah, he took the entirety of the slope and running area out of play.
But a
Well,
good shot, nevertheless, pitching it right at the flag. That requires a certain kind of confidence. I've always seen that you'll see the more, I mean, how to put it, more premium short game players will be a lot more attacking with the shot selection. And that normally means using more of the aerial route around the greens. And you'll find players who are not too certain about that tend to roll it up. It's a lot more difficult to fly it all the way back there. Your margin for error reduces somewhat. You are able to take out the slope and everything, but you need to have the yardage dialed in.
yes, yardage dialed in, and it's more of a shot which they visualize on regular basis because it's in their wheelhouse of shots which they can produce on more often than not.
This is that similar spot to where we saw Thanga, was it? Who left it short? Or?
Yeah, pretty much not exactly identical, but maybe a foot left to right of
Yeah,
each
coming
other's
from a
position.
similar quadrant.
It's easy to leave the ball short, especially when the flag is tucked far out on the left or right.
We saw that his putt is deceptively slow. Let's see if
It
he's
looks from the screens, it looks like to be a decently uphill putt, and there you can see.
yeah deceived again. So there is something to this putt where the players are not able to gauge the speed, and he'll have his work cut out for par. I wonder what these things are. When we are playing it, they tend to fool us as well. But obviously, we are on the other side and having to view these greens and what has transpired on the previous hole. A lot of the players make the same error as we saw that putt yesterday. I think it was in the 18th, which was breaking the other way. So there are certain factors which are so subtle that they're just not perceptible to any of the players' senses or the caddy. Now we've seen that it seems to be Gaurav Pratap. He saw that putt come up short, and he is not really one player who I would associate with the word caution. So I don't see
Yeah,
this
I would
putt.
be absolutely surprised if this ball comes any short of the hole.
This just shows you there's an invisible force field like you used to watch in those previous movies.
Yes, there seems to be some kind of trickery which is baffling the players because all of these players are very, very skilled players, and not only that, it's seldom would you find that they are leaving putts short of the hole.
What that means is that OP's putt is going to be a lot faster than what he perceives it to be because the grass is growing against. I'm pretty certain it's quite a strong flow of grass against the players who are playing from the front right. So this should be rather slick. Let's see how OP is able to traverse this. Just doesn't
Just
really amble about. I like that. He's a quick player.
yeah,
Makes up
just
his
over
mind.
borrowed by half a roll, I guess. But yeah, as you see, the shiny side of the grass always makes clear that the green's going to be fast. So from the angles what we are looking at, it does look like that OP had a way faster putt than rest of the gang.
The darker shade of grass would not be perceptible to us, whereas the player is putting his point of observation would change. So he'd be putting into the green, and believe you me, this is a very difficult putt because it's against the green and it's breaking from his left to right. I would say this is probably the toughest putt from this 5 foot region for a player because you the stroke has to be pure. I mean, it's very easy for the ball to bobble off to the left because it's just you have to keep it on those on that blade of grass. So purely hit putt is the only one that has any chance of going in. Otherwise, it either gets pulled or you sort of flare it out to the right.
Absolutely. A good hit is call of the day.
Look at that. So that's what happens on this putt, especially because of the grass. So these are things that tend to get exacerbated owing to the conditions. Let's see. If Gaurav is obviously a lot shorter, but again, his putting style will be helpful when we talk about this putt.
Because Gaurav definitely has a substantially lesser ground to cover up. But yes, the line is still pretty much the same and would definitely require more of a hit so that it stays on target.
Yes, now you can see that he's also has a look of consternation. He is thinking about this part. Normally, you not see players and carry discuss a part of this length.
Yeah, I guess a little bit of movement, what he saw from Sanju's ball has him
Yeah,
rethink
yes,
his
you
his
can see
line. He was a little
he's
little surprised by what happened to his
yeah, he's a little
ball.
concerned. Let's see how he executes this part. Oh, you saw there was a little bit of a twitch.
Yes.
Shows you not all putts are made equal. Some can terrorize even the best of putters.
Yeah, that was very unlike his stroke where he has not hit it as hard as he would
And I
normally
have
do.
On the tee, you have the group of Shivinder Singh Sisodia, Akshay Sharma, and Sanit Bishnoi. The leaders are teeing off, and seems they're going with the big stick, the rescue.
Yes, and Shivendra, who hails from Golden Greens, Gurugram, would be looking to put up a early start where he can give himself a shot at winning his first title. A large gallery is gathered up around the first tee, always a welcome for the players to see that the galleries are around to enjoy not only the good golf which is being played, but also some rooting for their favorite players.
Absolutely. Yeah, we have Akshay Sharma, 33, from Chandigarh Golf Course. I feel that Shivinder could actually get there in two now that he's hit a rescue. Maybe a long three wood could get about 10-15 yards to
Yeah,
the green.
Shivendra could definitely get in there, but it from the look which he was, the way he was steering the ball, seemed that he's hit it just a little bit off.
Now, seems really gets over the ball, stands, likes to really compress it, hit a low left to right fade on a little longer. The ball didn't quite come back to the right. We've seen everybody favoring a fade on this hole. Not quite seen a draw yet.
I guess everybody is trying to ride those strong winds from left to right.
And there you have the man of the moment, young Sanit Bishnoi, only 22 years of age, playing at DLF Golf and Country Club. One professional victory this year, turned professional last year. And he is the leader. He is the man to chase. He's got the marker on his back. And I think he's really relishing this opportunity. Seems very comfortable in the lead. Let's see what kind of shot he executes here.
Seems to have put a decent strike on it.
Yeah, right down the middle.
Yes.
Very comfortable, and he gets off, starts his journey towards victory number two. It's not going to come easy, but he's gotten off to the perfect start in order to secure that second victory.
Yes, and there you have it. The leaders have also teed off, and all the horses trying to win the Derby are out and running. For those who are joining us right now, this is live coverage of round four, Vizag Open 2023. There's another look at the wonderful technology of Shot Tracer. Gives you a clearer perspective of what ball flight have been produced by various players. Everybody's trying to keep it under the wind, throwing caution to the wind.
Back at hole number one. That's a different angle that we're seeing. This won't be as slow as the ones coming from the front right, but given that the green is rather strong, the pull of the green is quite strong, so expect this putt to turn quite significantly to the right. Sarthak now using that aim point method, which seems to be when anytime that a player is standing across the line, sort of gauging the lie of the land. You have some sort of disturbance by a friendly visitor. As you know, golf is a rather unique game in the fact that it's not like other games where there's a lot of sound happening. Golfers do require a certain quiet environment or at least predictable sound. Let's see what Rishul can do.
That's a very good recovery shot from a bit of a spot of bother.
I reckon he'd be there in two, so this should be his third shot. He does have the length and he went off long and left of the tee, so maybe did have a line to the green. So, in all fairness, that might be a putt for birdie. Let's say we were speaking about this putt a little earlier that it'll have a considerable amount of break given that it's going to be contending with that left to right strong grain. The pull of the grain
Yeah, this is the first time we seeing a player coming from that angle.
is the first time that we're getting to say hello to our viewers in early morning. And I hope you're enjoying our broadcast. Do let us know what you're enjoying about it. We definitely love your company and we aim to bring you some fantastic golf for the rest of the day. Are there any thoughts on this part? As you saw the strong break actually took it to the right. I said that this is one of the things that the players might find
Anybody
rather
who's
difficult.
coming from the lower half of this green is having a bit of a struggle in just gauging not the line but the speed. Yes,
I
it's
think
definitely looking faster, but not producing that amount of roll what they're expecting.
I think one thing that did happen, which you could predict, is that the pull of the grain is really strong. It reminds you of the older days when we used to play at APTA. On a certain eighth hole, number eight, used to have a lot of pull of the grain, and you can figure out even in this part. So those are incredibly difficult parts to hold because you need the perfect marriage of line and speed, and then you need a good hit. Look at that.
Using the entirety of the hole to send that ball home.
As cool as Clint Eastwood in Dirty Harry. So Harry makes his birdie and moves off to the next hole. That's how you get it done. Make it look easy, my friend.
Yes, Harry is off to a fast start, and Trishul would be looking to follow suit after that brilliant recovery shot which he hit from a bit of a troubled spot. But it's very simple to find yourself at a little bit off target on a long par five. But what's all important is the shot which you hit after which Trishul has done beautifully. He's given himself a realistic birdie putt, and that's what is required. Trishul had a bit of a shaky day yesterday, posted a round of +1 over. He would quickly be looking to make amends of it. A very hardworking young guy, puts a lot of effort and time on his game, just seems to have underhit it. As we were discussing, the putts which are coming from beneath the hole are a shade slower than what we saw with Om Prakash's putt. Sab Tak Talwar is pretty much on the same line and distance what Gaurav Pratap was. So that would mean that this putt is inside left and requires a decent hit. Very nicely done. The first hole seems to be yielding a lot of birdies. A definite advantage move taken by all the players to giving themselves a fast start. There you have in the middle of your screen Gaurav Pratap lining himself for another mid-ranged putt. From the looks of it, there should be a bit of a right to left putt. And as you see, the shiny side of the green demonstrates that this putt is going to have some pace and a bit of a soft punch in the air for making that lovely putt. Always a great feeling to hole out putts within 10 to 12 feet range. Keeps the momentum going and helps you stride forward towards your target of shooting a really low number. Round four, ladies and gentlemen, of the Vizag 2023 Open, being broadcasted by AVP in partnership with Professional Golf Tour of India. PGTI players and the staff find themselves for the first time in the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. Sanju making it look as simple as maybe a tap in, but these greens are posting a difficult challenge for the players from what we saw yesterday. Seems to be a different story today. Players are striding forward, and a few putts early days, still early days, but a few putts have found the bottom of the hole. And here's a look at the young man from Gurugram, Sunit Bishnoi, the man who everybody is trying to chase. That's an excellent shot from the center of the fairway. Finds himself in Harinder Gupta's territory. Both Akshay and Sunit have placed themselves at a very good position to take advantage of the opening hole. There you have Shivinder on your screens taking advantage of left clean and place. I guess the rainfall, what we've experienced, has made Mr. Sampachari, the tournament director, decide that preferred lie is the call of the week. And the entire week we've been following the system where you can lift clean and place your ball if you've hit the fairway. The sole reason of that is if you hit the fairway, you should not be penalized by any kind of bad lie or mud being stuck on your ball. Shivendra has gone a bit long than he would have intended. Would have a tricky chip coming up from a slightly higher place than where the flag is being cut out today. There's another look at the pro tray. So that ball barely got off the ground. That's one way of showcasing how good that stinger was executed by Akshay. The East Point Golf Club is the 47th venue for PGTI. They venture to Vizag, Vishakhapatnam for the very first time, and the Dolphins' nose, the coveted trophy Dolphins' nose, would have somebody's name engraved for the very first time. So, big strides in terms of golf and professional golf being played in the city. So, if you're in town and have the time, please come out and enjoy the lovely weather, the scenic golf club, East Point Golf Club, and some excellent golf. And from the looks of it, the weather seems to be very favorable to be out in the open.
Yeah, definitely. The weather seems to be favorable, but I wish I could extend the same about that lie. That lie looks anything but favorable. That looks intimidating and treacherous.
Yes. It will require all the attention Shivinder can
Yeah,
provide for
that's
that shot.
look at the club head. The club head is getting submerged under the grass, and this is going to require a lot of skill. The last thing you can do is sort of leave that club head there and let the club head decelerate. You just have to get through it, and that's actually a little bit of a catch-22 because you can end up running the ball well past because you've seen this. The grass is growing with the player from this direction, that's why it's going to go past a little bit. See, that's what I was talking about.
Yes, not an easy chip,
Not an easy.
just because of not the lie, but also the slope.
It's also because if you don't hit it, you really run the risk of the ball not even reaching the green. So you have to sort of bite the bullet, as they speak, and sun it there. Again, coming from under the hole. It might look rather simple from where we are sitting, but the players don't know that the other group has not been able to reach the part has not been able to reach the cup. So that's one of the things why golf is such a mystery, and you can't quite go out on the golf course and play it before. So you have to sort of explore each hole as it happens. That's the great thing about the tournament setup. As we have a look at two screens, we'd also like to tell you that out of the golf course, Shamim Khan is still continuing in a really good form. And we've also gotten an update that Samar Divedi is one under par through three. We have Angad Chima also off to a good start. Adil Bedi also making inroads. He's at two under par. So good starts by a few players. Udayan Mane, unfortunately, getting waylaid early in the day, 3 over through three. So not the kind of start. And Vishwa Pratap Gill has had a snowman on the 10th hole and eight. So, yes, you have high numbers and low numbers, but he was able to come back with a birdie on hole number 12 as you have a look at the live feed.
That's Harinder.
That's Harinder's chip right there.
Yeah, Harinder is a little bit further away than he would have liked to be on that. And Trishul,
It was a good chip by Trishul there on
that was a very good chip on the recovery shot from Trishul on the first hole, but unfortunately the putt didn't find the bottom of the hole.
we're having a look at Sanit. I mean, if you can get this putt in the hole, that would help him build a two-shot lead, and that would really come in handy on a golf course like this. And we see Harinder coming up on hole number two. And looks good all the way. Just about
Maybe a roll shot of what he would have liked.
coming to a stop in the jaws of the hole.
Yeah, and Akshay would be Akshay would have just made it. That part would have looked that it's found the bottom of the hole, but as you see, the hole has thrown it out.
Shivinder, no. We saw that chip shot that was executed by him.
Yeah, crucial part for Shivendra to keep the momentum.
And mind you, we're referring to the screen on the left. We are a little perplexed ourselves when we are following multiple screens. And he also leaves it short. So shows you that the pull of the grain is causing a lot of difficulty. And that's why a lot of the players have not been able to take advantage of the first hole even after their good shots.
Yeah, Sarthak has found the bottom of the hole. That means Sarthak has been putting on a good note.
And let's have a look at Trishul, his effort. You can see there is a keen discussion between player and caddy. I think also the way these greens are, The grass is really brown. That shows you that it's not that evenly spaced out. It's exposing a little bit more of the root, and that's why you see that color. Obviously, it's owing to the season as well. They have been rolled and cut really well, but these slight indentations can also cause difficulty for the players, especially on these kind of putts.
Trishul had pretty much an identical putt on hole number one, and on both ends, he has seemed to underborrowed the break.
Yeah, somehow getting the short end of the stick early in the round, and that can be a little bit of a gut punch.
From whatever we have seen on the putting greens as of right now for round four, just suggests that these small putts have got serious breaks in them. So
Yeah, it's not easy, and it's
it's going to
not.
make life very difficult for the players and shows that the contouring on these greens are severe and cannot be messed with.
Yes, also that it is probably to do with the kind of grass that you have in this part of the country. You have different conditions, that different kind of green conditions on the green and types of grass that you have. You have the bluegrass, tip golf, and so on and so forth. So this kind of grass that they have here definitely has a very strong pull towards the direction in which it has been cut oblique, in which it is growing. So the players need to know in which direction the grain is going. And even once you know that, it's not so simple, especially if you're putting against the grain, the ball tends to bobble up. And I would suspect that's where players like Om Prakash Chauhan, Mukesh Kumar, who like to have that forward lean, that front forward press, they would putt better. Although we see that OP is not, OP is not being able to get his putter working to the best of his ability either. But
Yes,
that is my thought here that, the smooth, languid stroke might not be the one that is ideal for these greens. You need that forward press.
especially in most of the tropical side golf courses, the grain has a lot of factor to play in as it's got serious strength and does deviate the ball off target. And not to forget,
We just skirting the hole.
yes, talking about the green speeds, it is very important for people to be able to gauge the green speed while they're practicing. And East Point has done a tremendous job of matching the green speeds on both the practice green and the golf course playing conditions. Definitely helps to walk onto a familiar scenario where you have been practicing, and the golf course also offers this exact same pace.
While we are waiting for the golfers, it's a rather interesting thing happening in our commentary booth. Aditya is trying to find a chair that doesn't creak as much. The things we do to ensure that we have quality time, to ensure that the viewers don't get impeded by the constant twitching and moving of the chairs. This drone shot is a little mesmerizing. I think early in the morning, I'm feeling sleepy looking at it. It looks like the ideal tropical holiday.
Yes, the beautiful East Point Golf Club. If you just look and enjoy, it looks like a dream golf course.
It does. If it weren't for the difficulty of the greens, I'm pretty sure that the golfers would echo that sentiment as well.
Of course, the greens are making the players throw extra caution to the air, and navigating those contours will be a task. I wonder where that road leads up to. The Amazon and beyond.
Looks definitely looks like it. Sanith is. You can tell a lot about a man from his walk, and he looks like one who is in control. And they say body language is a big part of that.
Absolutely.
It's
Body
sort of
language looks positive, but I would still like to inquire with Sanit how many white trousers and black t-shirts does he have?
yeah. That's I think
Looks to
he's
be his favorite attire combination.
Gary Player has designed his home course, and I think he's paying umbrage to Gary Player's black clothing. The
Yes,
Dark Knight, what's it called? Black Knight. The Black
The
Knight, I
Black
think.
Knight. The
The
Dark
Dark
Knight
Knight
is
is a Batman movie, you know. Look
it's
on the right screen. Gaurav Pratap definitely needs some help from Gotham City at this point in time. He's embedded deep in that rough. It is,
yes, that ball is vanquished into the lush green rough.
you can see that he's taking quite a sizable swing. So he has to create that amount of spin, speed.
It's just showcasing that you have to have acceleration in such kind of shots.
He does have this shot really well practiced, and let's see if he's able to execute it. That's really well done by Gaurav. Shows you the degree of difficulty. He had hardly any space, pitched it just on. And mind you, this is a shot that comes through years and years of practice.
Yeah, that's not the shot you want for the faint-hearted because not only does it require imagination, it requires serious hand-eye coordination, which
Yeah,
Mr.
very,
Pratap from Noida has showcased.
very difficult to execute that because the ball is sitting down and the greens are crusty, so it's not too easy. And your errors tend to get magnified. Where coming across the length of the green there.
That was a brilliant putt from that far out. Must have looked really good.
Great putt by OP. Shows you that his putting stroke is, apart from the fact that he's not been that good from inside 8 to 10 feet, he's missed a few, but his distance control and the way the ball comes off the putter is really nice. It rolls end over end. It's a pure clean hit that he imparts every time.
Yes, this putter better behave because OP wasn't very happy with it yesterday.
Yes,
So it's a life and death scenario for this putter as far as survival is concerned.
yeah, now we have a look on our left screen that Akshay tends to crane quite a bit over these putts and again leaving it short. I think that's a theme of the day. Some of the greens being quite difficult. Now we have a look at MD Sanju.
Most of the players are finding it difficult to go past the hole, but pretty much everybody is on point on reading the lines.
None more so than MD Sanju. Look at that brilliant effort there. We thought that was outside, but that was in the hole. That's the kind of putting prowess that MD Sanju has. Fantastic. Gaur Pratap now left alone on the green. This, this has an eerie feeling when you're left alone and your partners have made their putts and moved on. It happens quite often to me. You're left alone on green and you sort of you feel a little left out. That's one of the smallest psychological things that happen in golf. If your playing partners have all hold their putt, and then you have an important putt, there's a certain expectation of yourself that you should also hold this. Let's see if Gaurav Pratap can hold this putt. Yeah, that's a good putt by Gaurav
Yeah,
Pratap,
that's
right
a
in the
great
half.
save from where his ball had ended up in that heavy stuff, showing the brilliance of his short game, which will come in handy for the rest of the round.
We see Gaurav Pratap Singh currently sitting in at 2 under par, starting with a bogey and a birdie. So if he is to make a charge, he'll have to really make a lot more birdies than what he has today.
Shivinder cleaning up for his par attempt. Crucial times as players are going to be contending to chase Sanit, who is comfortably sitting a shot ahead of everybody else. Mere formality for Akshay to clean up, but he's given it all the attention that putt requires. There's that beautiful entirety of the East Point Golf Club.
Another thing that is really striking is that seems to be a perfect square, and it's cut out in a tract of land that normally you tend to see golf courses veering off in different directions, but it's a very symmetrical sort of construction here.
Yeah, this golf course boasts of the first hole and the 10th hole being running adjacent to each other. The tee boxes are very, I mean, the fairways are running parallel to each other. Very rare and unique style of play. Don't really get to see the similarities of tee boxes being so close, especially the first and the 10th
Absolutely.
in these days modern age golf clubs.
So Aditya, you've seen the golf thus far. It is riveting to say the least. Competition is fierce. We did place our bets. You had said that Sanit will win, and I had predicted Akshay would. At this point in time, it seems to be that these two are definitely at the forefront, and with a large margin over the rest of the field, it could end up becoming a two-horse race unless somebody else can come to the fore.
Absolutely, these two gentlemen have made sure for the moment that it is either or one of them who's going to contend. And there's a bit of a spot of bother in the background because I can see some seriously dark clouds chasing towards the golf club.
Yes,
And Sunith has cleared himself by another stroke and by birding hole number three, the par three, sorry, hole number two, the par three, has distanced himself and is broken loose into double figures of under par.
fantastic. I think your words are ringing true. Seems like you're a Nostradamus of sorts. He's definitely pulling away. He has that game. And the great thing is he's hit the ground running, not really wasting any time. Knows that the field is hot on his heels. And sometimes they say that attack is the best form of defense. So that's what he's doing. He's coming out all guns blazing.
Yes, absolutely. He has distanced himself, and Harinder has hit a delightful shot right next to the hole. So Harinder will also be moving towards the leaders. If he can birdie this hole, as he's already birdied the first hole, so that will be a very good start for Harinder Gupta. Two birdies in three holes is a brilliant start.
Harry getting off, will get off to a good start if he does what Aditya said that he would. Samar Dwivedi as well, one under through four. Adil Bedi showing that form that he's so famous for, trying to turn the clock back to his maiden victory. He really was in sublime form first when he won that tournament in Kolkata, that chip in. So
Yeah, the longest running playoff history for professional golf tour of India. I think it took Udyan and him 7 holes to come out, 7 playoff holes to decide who came out as a winner of that.
yeah, that was really exhilarating stuff, especially that chip in, and good to see him back again in the top 10. I know that his father is keenly involved in this game and takes a lot of interest. I have my boy is still pretty young. I try to get him to the golf course. He has little interest. So let
Well,
me.
he's got some brilliant golfing genes. I won't be surprised if we see him soon on these stages contending and performing a little better than the dad, I guess.
I hope a lot better than the dad. But let's get back to the action here at hole number three.
Yeah, so Sarthak trying to make his putt from Far out. Never a bad option to choose a putter if the fringe is not high.
Not bad, leaving a little short. Have you had the opportunity to see Sarthak play or hit golf balls?
Yes, Sarthak and me were playing last year at Royal Calcutta. Seems to hit the ball very good, has serious compression on it. But as they say, it's just early days in his career. Long way to go. Definitely has the talent and the hard work to go about it. So, matter of time when he starts consistently performing.
Looks like somebody who does hit the ball long. I mean, just by the way he's, his physicality, he swings. How far does he fly the driver? We have a look at Trishul on hole number three, and would have learned a thing or two from Sarthak's putt. Even the line would have helped him. Looks really dialed in, does Trishul, very focused.
Yes, Trishul has that meticulous look and demeanor about him, and for somebody who's seen him play up close, he walks with a booklet in his back pocket, which has pretty much the entire thought process written and the design of the golf course where he wants to plot and play according to the strengths of his game. A very smart way to go about it.
As long as you can execute that plan. The players are coming up short on these greens. That's the theme that has been common throughout this tournament, and it's a lot more perceptible today as compared to yesterday. I'm not too sure why that is. We're seeing players, especially early in the round, coming up short on a lot of putts. So yeah, coming back to Sarthak, he has his putt here at hole number three in order to secure his par. This putt should be fairly straight, but again, one of those putts that if it's not hit with authority, it might trail off to one side or the other. It's just one of those putts that you sort of put your hand ahead and make sure you hit it hard enough to hit the back of the cup. And the speed again. So this is where the players are faltering. They're finding. I think it's pretty evident that this tournament is going to come down to the putter. Is who
Yes.
can wield that magic stick the best will be the winner. Obviously, good ball striking never hurt, but if you end up missing putts, you also see that start to see chinks in your armor as far as ball striking is concerned. If you miss a few putts, three, four, five putts, you'll see that the ball striking does go down as well.
Yeah, Harinder, as you can see, Harinder is just replacing his marker and is ready to hit the shot.
He is a lot more aggressive as far as his putting is concerned. Good putt there.
Yeah, Harinder just saw what Sarthak's ball did and I presume corrected the fault in that part and made sure that the ball has found its home.
We've seen Trishul with a couple of missteps early as far as the putter is concerned, and unfortunately, he has a similar length again. So it's not really been an easy start for him. Let's see if he can make this one. Looks a lot more simpler. Maybe all of 4 feet. Yes, well done by Trishul. That's really important. That will help him build that confidence. There you have Rajiv. Caring nature being exhibited by Mr. Jatiwal. At the end, rather very nice to see. The furry friend also enjoying his day. He's saying, I'm also going to walk with the third leader group. I don't know if you are a dog lover yourself. I do have a Labrador, and they do love this.
Yes, growing up, I had two, a Great Dane and an American boxer. So, yes, dog is definitely a man's best friend. We all have, at some point or the other, had a pet in the house, and more often than not ends up being a dog.
A Great Dane and an American boxer seems more like it's a very big breed of dogs that he had, not the benign ones like a golden retriever, but I would have thought that. I would think, I look at you and I think you probably have a Rottweiler also, just to just to scare folks who come home, as Gaurav Pratap engaged in some deep discussions there. Probably.
Knowing closely enough, Gaurav Pratap's deep discussions would be what is he going to have for dinner?
Yeah, I think he's probably thinking about that trophy at this point in time. Looks really dialed in, maybe thinking about the win. There's definitely a lot that's going through his mind. He's having that discussion with his caddy. Now, this is a part when golfers start their round. They 10 to 10 the other player. What number of ball are they playing with, so as to ensure that there is no confusion, as playing a wrong ball does incur a penalty.
Yes, playing a wrong ball does incur a penalty. Also, most of the players these days have a distinct identifying marker or a design which they put on the ball to make the process a little smoother and faster as well.
Absolutely. Limbering up, these are some nice shots showing you the motions that the players go through. Golf is sort of such a multi-dimensional game. You almost have to have every joint opened up and ready to go.
Yes, most importantly are the joints which are underneath that hood which he's wearing.
Look at that, he really gets through the ball, and a similar finish each time, so consistent with the way that he plays. MD Sanju also puts a very good hit on the golf ball. Sanit there, trying to ensure that there is no mix-up as far as the golf ball is concerned. It's also one strongly built individual, I must say.
Yeah, from the looks of it, must be putting in some serious time to stay in peak conditions, to perform week in, week out, likely what he's doing also.
All these players spend a lot of time. Akshay, I know, does also work a lot on his fitness. He used to primarily play left to right golf, but now has learned to hit the draw as well, and tends to take that out when he needs a few extra yards. Back to the action at...
There seems to be some kind of a ruling issue being explained by the referee to the players.
It's a long hole, the third hole, 473 yards. And given that this golf course is not really allowing the ball to roll too much once it hits the fairway, so I reckon this would be at least 180 yards out. What kind of rolling? They're probably discussing if this is in the fairway and a preferred lie. What do you think? Not sure what else they could be discussing. Maybe a sprinkler or something else.
Yeah, there seems to be a bit of a confusion of sorts. Always glad to have the referee explaining the scenarios and helping out the players with the rules of golf, what's happening. This is a very good gesture between players, acknowledging them, acknowledging the talent of each other and wishing them good luck before the round starts. Very rare to see such good camaraderie between professional athletes. Goes to showcase how nice and the bond between the players on this tour is. I guess when you spend so much time traveling, playing, competing, fighting with each other, the camaraderie and the bond gets better by the passage of days.
Yes, absolutely. You almost... oh, there you have, breaking out into a nice smile there early in the morning. Very appreciative gallery. That's really nice to see. It's in the end, it's the members and the patrons that make these things possible. especially when they're lanky, athletic build. They have that unique identification marks on that golf ball. Akshay, hailing from Chandigarh, quite a tempestuous character, really does not back down, has come through the ranks, and is another heartening story to see players like him come to the fore.
That ball seems to have found the dance floor a little longer.
Yeah, this player at this hole seems to be playing the way the flag, maybe a little bit of headwind from the right. 472 plus, yeah, that headwind. So it's almost playing to 500 yards. Safe to say that. So,
Absolutely. Sunith is a power hitter, and for him to be just getting onto the green means the hole is showing the entirety of its jawline and making it a little longer.
yeah, definitely. It's quite long, this hole. The fairway is not too wide either. If you look at it, it's normally if you have a hole at this length, you have some sort of elbow room, so to speak, where you can hit your drive. And you see those trees. Yesterday, also the wind picked up at about this time and sort of dialed down till noon as we have a look at the top 10 scores.
Yes, Sunith is sitting clear, two shots off the chasing pack. Akshay Sharma not leaving his hot pursuit at 8 under par. Then comes a bit of a daylight between the players who are tied third, Shivendra and Harinder, at 5 under par. Both Thanga and Sarthak are also trying to chase down the leader, sitting comfortable at 4 under par. And at seventh position, you have Samarth, Mohammad Sanju, Om Prakash, and Trishul. A bit further away than they would have liked, but what we've seen on day three is that low scoring might not be the call of the day as the wind is playing a very big variable. So, an outside chance, but yes, definitely a chance for people at 3 under par.
Yes. So giving you a few score updates. Harinder Gupta has made another birdie. He's 2 under for his round after 3 holes, and he finds himself 5 behind Sanit, who's at 10 under par, and he's on the green in 2 on hole number 3. And Thanga Raja is at 4 under. Akshay Sharma is at 8 under par, level par for the day. And as we go lower down, we see that there are a few good rounds. Shankar Das, Simaniappa, Saurav Chaudhary, all 1 under par. Shankar Das, my apologies, 2 under par for the day. Alap IL is at 1 under par. Arjun Puri at 1 under. So good score. Ravi Kumar is at 1 under for the day. And Rajiv Kumar, Jariwal got off to a brilliant start with 2 birdies, but got derailed thereafter with a double and a bogey. So seems like he's not going to be contending for the tournament. Let's see if he can muster up a top 10 finish. So there you have it. We're live at the Vizag Open 2023 here at East Point Golf Club at Visakhapatnam for the final day's action for this 1 crore prize fund tournament. Leading the way is none other than the prodigious Sanit Bushnoi, based out of Gurugram, playing out of DLF Golf and Country Club. The long-hitting youngster already has a victory under his belt and looking to add to that tally and also pick up those world ranking points.
Yes, definitely. Sunith will be going all cylinders out. And that ball, what we were discussing about, is Akshay's ball and not Sunith's. So a bit of a correction from our side. The long distance birdie putt coming up for Akshay on hole number 3. No, easy to gauge speed from that far out, especially if the distance between the player's golf ball and the flagstick is that long. will require a little bit of extra attention on that just in the speed department. Akshay seems to have given it a very serious whack, and wow, that would have looked very nice. Brilliant putt from that far out from Akshay. Leaves himself a mere foot and a half to clean up and walk on to the next hole.
He's very good with the short stick. That would have helped Sanit as well.
Yes, Sanit also coming in from pretty much the similar. Sorry, Shivender also
Yeah,
coming
my
in
apologies. We
from the pretty much the similar
sim-
location.
similarly dressed, both of them. Dark color t-shirt tends to cause a little bit of confusion. But Shivinder hopefully would not have any confusion after seeing that putt. Would know the line and length of this putt.
Yeah, should break mostly towards the hole from which side he's coming, as the slope and Akshay's putt would suggest.
Really nice speed control there. That's the most important thing.
Yes, from that far out, the most important thing actually is not the line, but the distance control.
If you look at this golf course, you'll see only subtle breaks. You're not seeing swales or troughs on the green. So they are, for the most part, rather gentle slopes.
Yeah, they're very subtle slopes, and that's why we're seeing people being a little foxed out from 10 feet in, 5 feet in. Because the bigger the borrow on the green makes it a little easier to gauge and read. But the subtleties on very small or short contours on the greens are difficult to gauge.
Let's see now what Sanat can do this year for his birdie. Maybe all of 16 odd feet. Should break a little to his left in the end. Just about under reading that a bit, but that's all right. He'll make his par on this difficult hole. This is rated the third most difficult hole on this golf course. Par is indeed a decent score here. Even though no, this is what that should be just about left center, but again will need to be firmly hit. Otherwise, we've seen those tend to veer off. Well done by him. Akshay Sharma now with what should be a mere formality here at hole number 3. And seeing those dark clouds, that normally does mean sign of imminent rain. And the unique thing about golf is that unless it's a thunderstorm and you see lightning, the golfers have to still play through it unless the greens do get waterlogged. So it's a game that you have to sort of brave the weather, the conditions. Well done by Akshay. As opposed to, let's say, cricket, where the game is called off at the slightest incidence of rain because the pitch needs to be dry. So here, for all intents and purposes, the golf green can be thought of as the pitch. It needs to be dry, but if it gets waterlogged, then the play is called off. But it takes a lot of time for the green to get waterlogged. Golf greens are designed in such a manner that the flow of water is always away from the surface. And they are mostly designed in some form or shape as a turtle's back. As we have a look at that short tracer. A lot of body English there by MD Sanju Gaurav Singh seems to have been miffed by some sort of disturbance there. Consistent fade by OP. And there you have the leaderboard.
There seems to be not much of a change happening on the leaderboard as Sunit is steering clear of the chasing pack. There's serious work cut out for the players at tied third as they find themselves with a larger than they would appreciate deficit between themselves and where Sunit has placed himself. Akshay looks to be hot on his pursuit, would definitely be giving it a run for the coveted Dolphins Nose Trophy, which is up for grabs for the very first time at Vizag Visakhapatnam. The Par 72 East Point Golf Club, which stands tall at 6,871 yards, is host to the very first time for Professional Golf Tour of India's Vizag 2023 Open. It's the first time that professionals are venturing out onto this venue and would definitely be enjoying the great hospitality and the pristine conditions being provided by the East Point Golf Club. Would be a unique challenge, and I've just been told that the Dolphins Nose is an actual place in the city, so a very important place and an important name being given to this very first Vizag Open. The tournament was inaugurated on the Pro-Am Day by Vice Admiral Rajesh Pandekar, Flag Officer, Commanding-in-Chief, Eastern Naval Command. The tournament started off with 126 players, starting round 1 and 2, after which the cut was implied and 53 people found themselves contending over round 3 and round 4. The East Point Golf Club has.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Some of the leading professionals who found themselves in the field are the Olympian Udin Mane, the Order of Merit current leader Om Prakash Chauhan, and also big names in forms of Aman Raj, Sunit Bishnoi, and Harshjeet Sethi. Both Sunit and Harshjeet have broken through for the very first time on the Professional Golf Tour of India circuit and have secured one winning trophy to themselves. And from the looks of it, Sunit is the front runner for this tournament and is trying to make it a bit of a rarefier air where he's going to win twice in the same season. Something what Manu Gandas and Yuvraj did at the drop of a hat last season. Both of them playing on different venues this week, but they made it look so simple last season. Sunit would definitely be looking forward to achieve that kind of a feat. Not an easy task, but he's on the right footsteps trying to do that. tournament host venue, East Point Golf Club, has some serious partners coming up with them to support professional golf and bring up these beautiful visuals from Vizag to your screens. And some of the partners are VPR Builders, Devi Seafoods, Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nikanti, Vishwa Samudra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Laurus Labs, GMM, Prafuldar, and Somya Developers. A big shout out to all these big brands to support and bring up this tournament towards yourself, to your screens. And Novotel, Varun Beach, Vishakhapatnam, the hospitality partner, a beautiful property by the seaside, what we just got to show to you a few minutes ago.
Yes, absolutely. This tournament does have quite a few sponsors on board, and that's heartening to see. And that's one of the reasons that it boasts such a big prize fund. And players are really enjoying themselves out there, and they're paying back the reciprocity by doing the best that they can. There was also a clinic earlier in the week by leading professionals, so the members did really enjoy that. And for those of you who are just joining us, we'd like to tell you that we are live at the Vizag Open 2023 being played at the East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam. The prize fund for this tournament is rupees 1 CR, and leading the tournament thus far is Gurugram based youngster Sanit Bishnoi. He is followed by Akshay Sharma at 8 under par.
Yes, the beautiful East Point Golf Club can be seen in its entirety by the lovely drone shot views which we are getting. It's good to see golf clubs, golf houses using the solar technology to help them use more effective and cleaner process of any energy renewal.
When I look at that golf range, seeing the scoring this week, certain players were expecting when they saw the yardage that the winning score would be at least 20 under par. Well, that's not been the case. I think the primary factor has been the degree of difficulty that the greens have posed for these players. Cut was applied at 2 over par. I think one of the higher cuts that we've seen in recent past. A pretty strong field. The international contingent that is being led by N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka at 5 under par, who's incidentally 3 under par for the day, so he is trying to stake claim for that dolphin-nosed trophy. That will be quite a splendid sight on anybody's mantelpiece. And Andorra's Kevin Estivregel is at 2 under par for the tournament. He's also doing rather well. Turned professional, my apologies, joined the PGTI this year, played the Q School. Then you have Sukra Bahadur Rai having a very good front nine, 1 under par. And rounding up the international contingent are Mithun Pereira and MD Akbar Hussain. Mithun Pereira 1 under for the day, and MD Akbar Hussain 1 over for the day.
Always fun to watch the shot tracer technology showcasing ball flights of various players and the way they like to move the golf ball.
A little bit of a miscue by Harinder, but worked out well in the end.
And back to the live action on hole number 5 as Trishul, Sarthak, and Harinder walk towards the green, and there are two balls adjacent to each other. Looks like Trishul and Sarthak are pretty much on the same line and the same distance. Bit of an advantage to Trishul, I guess, as he's going to get a read of the slope, as Sarthak is just about a foot behind his line. There you have. So what Trishul just did, for people who would like to understand the game a little better, is if there is two players pretty much on the similar line by, let's suppose, a foot of difference, they have an identifying marker called the marker, which can be moved in either or directions, left or right, so that the player who's coming from behind does not have an man-made obstacle hampering his line. The rules of golf allow you to do that, and it just helps not only smoothen the process a little bit faster, but provide cleaner and simpler playing options.
Yes, hole number 5 that was in view recently that we can see. It's quite an intricate design. You can see those that hazard shot of the green. Let's have a look at what Harinder can do here.
Yeah, Harinder has some really good shot game, and it's up for display as he just narrowly misses out on that.
Yeah, that was a good effort. He was sort of gesticulating for that to move further left. But that's all right. A chip shot which is close to the hole, and you just need to tap it in.
Yeah,
I
you
think it
can
was
just
a
look
good effort.
exactly what he's doing. He just didn't even bother placing a marker or cleaning the ball. Would have looked really nice when it was trailing towards the hole.
Yeah, anything to reduce the stress that is there. Just hit it given, and then you don't need to worry about the next part. That normally happens. Otherwise, that you can be left with a 2-footer and keep looking at the line. Something that I'm rather well known for.
Yes, you are very well known for that, and departments of line, Trishul will be watching as a very keen spectator to what's happening to Sarthak's ball, as he's just about a foot on the pretty much identical same line.
Seems like this one should be quick down green. Relatively quick when I say quick. Seems like he has got the speed, but trailed off a little bit and was actually quite quick. He's hit that
A little,
about 3.5 feet by.
a little past of what he would have appreciated it, but yes, it goes to show those subtle borrows where you saw the ball trailing away from the hole, which have been constantly baffling the players a bit, was up for display on that.
And Trishul would have been really helped because I think even from this angle, it's not evident that the ball is actually going to break the other way from left to right from our vantage point. So Trishul would be helped by that mystery being removed from that line. Now you can just focus on the speed. I predict this might actually go in because
It's a very good chance and a realistic possibility, as the talent of these players are in abundance, especially when they get a very fair look at what the lay of the land is going to throw their way by somebody who's just putted few
Yeah,
minutes before them.
And I think a downhill putt from 15, 16 feet, what this appears to be, has a very realistic chance of going in the hole. But lo and behold, he's missed it on the other side.
Yes,
That's a
so
case
the
of-
mystery of reading the greens is proving out to be a little
Yes,
more than what we can watch on the screens.
overcompensated. Seems went to the other extreme. But it just shows you that it's very difficult. A lot of these flag pin positions are sort of on these little troughs and not a shoulder particularly because these greens don't have that much elevation. But sometimes there is like a line running through. It's what you call a straight line when what do they call it in Hindi? They say it's a khadi line hai, so that's nowhere to miss it on either side. You really need to hit it firm and needs to be hit true. It's normally across the spine of a green, and that's when the green is laid in each of the quadrants. You do have certain parts that are a little above the others, a lot of inundations. So that is one of those lines, very difficult to hold. You go on one way or the other, and the only way of holding it is for it to go the entirety over that one particular line, almost like a shoestring. This one should be fairly straightforward for him. Well done. Unfortunately, this is not going to be the easiest of putts. It has veered off a little bit from left to right. So we'll have a touch of right left, but I think this seems pretty harmless, maybe 2.5 feet.
Yes, it seems pretty harmless while we are sitting in AC environments and sipping our coffee. But for somebody who's just seen his first putt trail off that much, he would give all his attention towards it,
Yeah,
as Sarthak is doing.
this puts a little bit of seed of doubt in terms of where it'll turn. Well done.
That didn't look like any kind of confusion in Sarthak's stroke. A good positive intent.
I think that's you've spoken a very important line, positive intent. That's what these golfers will require from that range within 6 feet. You need to commit to the line and hit it hard. Can't sort of be second guessing yourself on these greens, otherwise the result is rarely favorable. And there you have. It seems there are some. Is that an eagle which is giving company to our drone?
A massive water body in the middle of the, which is actually dissecting three fairways if we can gauge it properly.
Yes.
Very rare to see such big, massive water bodies.
We have a look at that panoramic shot of the golf course. I'd like to update you on the latest scores. There you have it on your screens. Sanit Bishnoi, Akshay Sharma in a tussle of sorts. Low down the leaderboard, we're seeing players such as Shankar Das, 2 under par through 3 holes.
Harinder seems to be moving along just fine and trying to catch up with the leader. He seems to have broken that jam of 5 under par and is comfortably sitting at 6 now. 3 shots adrift from the leader as Sanit has a bit of a falter on hole number 5, I'm presuming. We'll soon be able to update you with that. So yes, so Sunith has dropped a shot on hole number 3, getting himself a little closer than he would have liked to the chasing pack, which is having a simpler day because he has gone straight pars from hole number 1 to 4. He would definitely be looking to make amends on the upcoming hole, which is hole number 5th. Meanwhile, Anshul has moved himself into tied 6th spot, courtesy a beautiful eagle on the 7th hole, followed up by a string of 2 birdies on hole number 8 and 9. So he's done with his set of first 9 and would be marching towards the back 9 with a very positive stride.
Yes, I think he's gotten off to the kind of start that he required. And now the rest will depend on how the field responds. This is a tournament that, if he holds his head and shoots anywhere even around even par, I think he might be in with a shot. But I think just getting to double digits should be good enough, but obviously depends on Akshay. I don't think Harinder is at 6 under, maybe at best get to about 10 under. So, Sanit, the task is not that difficult. He doesn't need to exceed his own expectations. He just needs to play his game, and I think he should be home safe. On the other end, Akshay will need to sort of put some heat, some pressure on, because we've seen that Sanit is not one to budge.
Yes, Sanit is not one to budge is the correct statement, as we just saw what happened yesterday Under extreme difficult playing conditions, Sanit was able to produce a beautiful round of 3 under par to get himself alone at the top pole position.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Now that's two different approach shots, approach angles coming in to your screens from where Sunit and Akshay have opted to hit their tee shots on different tangents of the same hole. I guess Sunit will have a bit of a tree issue as there's this tall palm tree standing in front of him. He'll have to maneuver either or directions from either left to right or right to left. While it's a clear sighting for Akshay, always a better option to have a clear point of view, but never that easy to place the ball in prime spots like where Akshay has put it himself. The wind doesn't seem to be as strong as what we saw yesterday, so watch out for some exciting golf coming up your way as both these players will look to nudge themselves towards beating each other in terms of scoring and taking home the winner's trophy. The coveted Dolphins nose is definitely going to somebody's mantelpiece. That's a beautiful shot from Akshay. He's placed himself right next to the flagstick. And you can also see Shivender's ball already hovering the flagstick also. Let's see what Sunit has to reply. There you have a bit of an abbreviated finish to it because he was trying to send the ball a little higher, little quicker. Seems to have missed the dance flow.
It's a very interesting setup, this hole. You see that the players have to sort of contend with that tree in the fairway. Some brilliant shots there, hugging the flagstick.
Yes, both Shivendra and Akshay have given themselves a realistic birdie opportunity.
The wind is picking up somewhat. It's going to be very important. I think these middle holes are where this tournament is going to be decided, somewhere between 6 to 12. You know, this stretch does contain quite a few holes and which are tricky, especially the 10th hole and the 6th hole. And the wind we've seen picks up during this duration. So whoever can capitalize on this stretch of holes might be able to hold off the rest of the competition. Fantastic effort there.
From the looks of it, it looks like Sunit's ball had a bit of a tree issue and has come up way shorter than he would have liked on the approach shot. This will be a tester for him to keep the momentum going forward. Not only because he would like to stay clear of the chasing pack, which is headed by Akshay, but Akshay has placed himself very close to the flagstick. So potentially we could witness a two-shot swing on one hole.
Yes, rather unfortunate to catch that tree. Let's see what kind of shot he comes up with. This is an early test for him. That's a really good shot from there. Shows you that he's dialed in.
Yes, he's hit a very good recovery shot.
Front pin is not the easiest, especially when you're coming from that sort of yardage. It's quite easy to pitch it short and expect that to sort of bounce up, but he's been able to drop that on a dime. Fantastic shot.
Yes, that's what is required for somebody who's also leading a tournament to be dialed in. Otherwise, reaching such beautiful numbers of under par are only a fact of dreams. Crucial point in the round for both Akshay and Sunit. Both Harinder and Thanga Raja are mounting up a charge of their own, respectively, as both of them find themselves 3 under par for the round in a mere span of 6 holes.
Yes, they have gotten off to hot starts. And if they can continue that, we know that Harinder has a penchant for shooting very deep rounds. He's won a lot of tournaments in his career, especially shooting those 8, 9 unders. Thanga obviously has prodigious power, something that he can use to his advantage on this golf course. So they can mount a good challenge. Sanit, if he misses this, would drop to 8 under par. And as he said, it could be a case of musical chairs if Akshay were to hold his putt. So I would say this is a very consequential putt. Could quite determine the way this tournament goes. If he is to hold it, he can really stamp his authority and say that he can deal with adversity and come back strong.
Seems to be a decent amount of sizable break on his putt, as his caddy just pointed out. Looks like maybe a 2 cup break from what they're lining up and intending to hit from.
It's that putt that was over that spine that we saw those two players miss. And this has gone on the other side. So shows you there's something about the spin position, not the easiest. There are those subtle ridge that does throw the ball on either side. So
Yes, but what that putt from Sunit has done has given a decent amount of clarity to a very short putt with for Akshay. Pretty much the similar lines they're coming at.
Yes, should be able to make this putt. And the rule changes have allowed players that if there are some texture damage that has been caused by a tee, a pitch mark, even something else, they can repair it. So that's why you see a few players tap on that line. That was previously, I think, maybe up till a few years ago, not allowed. In fact, we remember Sergio Garcia actually using a lob wedge and trying to chip over a spike mark. But with the change of those rules, I think that has made golf a lot easier. That would have resulted in lower scores.
Yes, it's a very welcome change by all the professionals world over because it just gives them a fairer chance to perform better.
Yes, exactly. Were you the kind of player you finish your putt and go and rub your feet all over the line so make sure that nobody else can putt? Now there are many impediments on your way. There you have it.
Yes, there you have it. There is a 2 shot swing at the top of the helm and change of hands. What has happened? Akshay finds himself at the top of the leaderboard as round 3 had started. Yes, and Shivinder also, with that birdie, moves himself to 6 under par, joining Harinder Gupta. Shivinder is having more of a moderate day with 1 bogey and 1 birdie. He would definitely be looking to change that very soon. And from the looks of it, this is not a very simple return putt also for Sunit. But he's made it look very, very simple.
Good putt by him.
Good job. Time to now reverse of roles where the leader has changed and it's Sunit's job to catch up to the leader now.
Yeah, that'll give him a fresh perspective. As we speak, Anshul has made an eagle on hole number 7, followed it up with a couple of birdies, and he's 3 under par for his round. So the left-handed player would be at 4 under. There you have that tracer technology really helping you see what kind of flights the players employ.
Yes, three different players, three very different ball flights, three distinct movements on the ball. Just from the look of it, that's Harshjeet Sethi moving on to the green. And a quick update on what's happening on the leaderboard. There has to be a change to this. From what we just saw, I'm sure we will be getting a more newer update coming your way. But as of what stands on the scoring board, Sunit is a shot ahead of Akshay, which will soon be changing. As what has transpired on hole number 4 will make a bit of a difference. This week, PGTI finds itself in the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. Over the span of years, PGTI has covered in 15 states and 2 union territories, which makes this venue, the East Point Golf Club, the 47th venue overall for different locations where the Professional Golf Tour of India has traveled about.
That's quite a considerable amount of golf courses that the Professional Golf Tour of India has visited, and it's no mean feat. Soon we'll be touching a half century, hopefully sooner than later, and that's something that the tour can be proud of.
Yes, we're at a 47 number because most of the venues are on auto repeat mode. But yes, 47 is a very big number for different variant golf courses. That just means players getting ample opportunities on different venues to showcase and hone in their skills.
Yes, and somebody who is showcasing his exemplary skills is Akshay Sharma. He's at 9 under par and has usurped our leader, who now finds himself chasing Akshay. Interesting how he will respond to that. We saw his previous victory where he's able to dominate on the final day and really run away with that. Now he finds himself in a different position, so see how he will deal with that scenario, something that he is not too familiar with. And as we speak about scenarios, the scenarios are quickly changing. Thanga Raja is 4 under to 7. And that's the best score out there on the golf course today. And he's not done yet.
On a day of not very low scoring happening for the moment, Thanga Raja has managed to creep up to tied third by putting serious red numbers on various holes. And there you have the man of the hour on the screen also. N. Thangaraja, bearing the torch of his hometown, home country, Colombo, Sri Lanka. Very, very smiley is not the correct word, or jovial is also not the correct word for him, because I've never seen him without all his big smiles, ear to ear smile covered
I
up
think
throughout the day.
the word is affable. He's a very likable, relaxed personality, and that kind of an outlook really lends itself well to this game. I've seen that the best golfers are rarely the tempestuous ones. The even keeled golfer can deal with adversity because golf gives you that in rows. One moment you're leading, the next moment you find yourself as a pursuer. Let's see what Thanga does here at hole number 8. He's really gone on a tear. The eighth is a 153-yard hole, so uh, definitely not his best effort, coming up short and right. It's a miscue. That would have been nothing more than a 9-iron for him.
Yes, is no slouch when it comes to power hitting. A rare miscue on what is looking out to be a very strong charge towards the leaders.
It's important that he not drop a shot here, especially given the run that he's on. You don't want
I
any
wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to gun in to chip this one in.
good call, Aditya. He's almost done that. Pretty safe to say that he will secure his par.
Yeah, he's got a very good short game touch as well, which is definitely required if you have to win on any tour, especially where the competition is so strong on Professional World Tour of India. And Thanga Raja has done that at least twice, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, a proven winner.
I remember back in the day when we were playing in Royal Colombo, his home course, Sri Lanka. He came out just short of winning by one mere point as Anga, the Chima Eagle, the last hole to win and outpip him. We all were baffled because the point scoring system was pretty different at that point of time. Even after the birdie on the last hole, we weren't sure that has Angad won or not. So a rare tournament where the scoring is not done by stroke play, but the points you gain by making birdies or eagles and pars.
Yes, almost akin to some sort of stable Ford, I presume. I think there are quite a few tournaments on the PGA Tour also, and those always get a little more confusing. Those are the kind of tournaments that reward aggressive style of play.
Yes, that it does, but also has negative markings if you have bogeyed a hole. That's a very good attempt from that far out.
What we're seeing that longer putts more often than not really nestle up close to the hole because greens are not really that fast. At 10, these players have obviously played faster greens and helps them in terms of distance control from long distance.
Yes, I guess 10 is a number which players find it more up their alley and more in a comfort cloud
Yeah.
where they are more appreciative of the speed because it's not really, really fast and it's nowhere on the slower side.
Yeah, that's why you can actually be aggressive. So the only thing which is causing difficulty here is the grain. And that comes more into play on shorter putts as we have a look at Rajiv here.
Narrow shave from, again, a sizable distance away from the hole. There you have N. Thangaraja looking to keep his positive round going in. Nicely done. Secures his par. There you have. Even though he's had a difficult up and down, he's still trying to see the funnier side of it, always beaming ear to ear smile. Bit of a cloud cover over the golf course as we get some beautiful drone coverage shots of the East Point Golf Club. For those who want to enjoy some scenic views and spectacular golf being played, please try and make your way towards the East Point Golf Club and enjoy some stellar golf being played by the best of professionals, not only domestically, but with some international flavors also around. Kevin, Sukra, Mithun, N. Thangaraja, Akbar, MD Akbar are some of the notable names in the field who have made the cut and are trying to contend and win. Thanga leading the international ferry, just 3 shots adrift from the leader Akshay Sharma, who's found himself back at the top of the leaderboard. It'll be interesting to watch what transpires on the next 6 holes because what we saw from yesterday, hole number 16, 17, and 18th posed a realistic challenge of their own. 16th being an island par 3 with a sizable distance, 210 yards out, is not a slouch at all and will require all the attention of the players. Such beautiful shots, such beautiful golf courses, and spectacular golf being played all around the country is not possible without the support of our tour partners in the names of Tata Steel, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, and Rolex. A big shout out to such big brands supporting Professional Golf Tour of India in more ways than one. Not to mention or forget the big media giant ABP, who is giving you this live coverage of golf being played at Vishakhapatnam. It's interesting to see such companies come about and join hands with sporting bodies and bring sport into another limelight for which everybody sitting in the comfort of their homes can enjoy if they're not out playing it. This week is one of the first 3 weeks where the Professional Golf Tour of India is on the trot for 3 consecutive weeks. The tour from here will move towards Hyderabad, Telangana, where they will find themselves in the fortified city of Nizams, and that entire golf course, it's very pretty inside the fort. Followed up with a drastic change in atmosphere as the tour will find itself in the foothills of J&K, Jammu and Kashmir Open, being played the second time around. A new venture, a new track where the players will find themselves. And here's a beautiful look at the hole number 16th. And we can see players trying to contour their way through the green. Interestingly, the size of these greens are massive, and unlike the modern age golf courses, they do not have very severe stepped sloping greens. That means there are some very, very subtle borrows on the greens which the players need to contend from. And as what we've seen from close-up view, that those small contours are playing a part which is quite massive. Here's another look at live action from hole number 8. Gaurav Pratap seems to have come up a little short somewhere in the Thangaraja vicinity. Will definitely test his short game skills. A very aggressive player when it comes to playing the sport, and even more aggressive when he has got the wedge in his hand. A very strong contender for chip and putt. Percentage is made, not one of his best efforts. The ball seems to have dug in a little bit extra than he would have thought. For those who are watching your screens right now, that is the live moving leaderboard. There you can see Gaurav Pratap, Om Prakash, and MD Sanju's name adjacent to the scores what they are playing at as of now. Bit of a unique feature about the East Point Golf Club is that it gives you ample birdie opportunities in forms of par fives. Very rare to see a golf course having 5 par 5s to their scorecard. Gives you a little bit of a more exclusive, easier opportunity to birdie. But all of these par fives are no slouch. They need serious honing in skills to, if you want to borrow back the stroke and make a birdie or an eagle on that. Here's a look at MD Sanju with his, what I'm presuming to be is his birdie putt. Narrowly missing out on it. That's what we've been talking about. The subtle breaks on these greens, foxing the players.
Yes, that was a good effort by Sanju. Just about missing it. And for those of you who are joining us live, we'd like to tell you that we're live from Visakhapatnam, East Point Golf Club for the Vizag Open 2023. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of rupees 1 crore. On your screens is golfer Gaurav Pratap Singh, multiple winner on the Professional Golf Tour of India, currently at 3 under par. Bringing you live action on the final 2 days of these tournaments. Kind courtesy the partnership between ABP Network and the Professional Golf Tour of India and Eurosport. Gaurav Pratap Singh also not able to crack the code of these greens.
He would be definitely disappointed because he had a very relatively simple up and down to save his par. And for a man of his talent, that's pretty much a cakewalk. But the contours of the green had a bit to say against that.
Yes, it's troubled the best of the putters, so Gaurav is no exception either. I think players, when they visit this golf course the next time, might double up on the number of practice rounds that they play, because the greens are something that I think really do hold the key to who's going to win here. We've seen the importance of the putter being amplified this week.
Yes, Om Prakash with a bit of a tester.
Comfortable walks that in.
You can see the winds picking up as what it looks like is a bit of a spray coming on towards the first cut or the rough from that fountain. There you have Thanga Raja following the etiquettes of golf and trying to repair his pitch mark, making sure that the green is left in amicable conditions, what he found it as in.
Yes, that's what they say. The idea of golf is to leave the golf course better than what you found it, but at the least exactly how you found it. So what they say, when you land up on a green, repair your pitch mark, and if you can, repair an additional one. Because the job of the greenskeepers is not that easy. Because what they say, when there is a pitch mark, if you repair it within the next 10 minutes, the incidence of it growing back is really high as opposed to maybe the next day. So whenever you do find a pitch mark, try and repair it, and of course always repair your divots and bunker marks.
Yeah, it's just good etiquettes, and you would definitely not want your ball up ending up in a precarious situation, be it a pitch mark or be it a divot mark. So it's always important to replace and refill your divots.
I think that is one rule that certain will be revisited sooner rather than later. That when you hit the fairway and you find yourself in a divot, there's a few other things that I can think of that are worse than that. You hit a good shot and then you find yourself in a sandy divot. So that's a very unfair sort of ruling, but that's what golf is. You sort of that's considered as a rub of the green, and you play the ball as it lies. As you have a look at Thanga Raja at hole number 9, Thanga going along really well. He's in a very real pursuit for this tournament at this point in time. He's 6 under. That putt trails off to the right.
Interestingly, Rajiv Kumar Chatiwal has decided to keep the glove on for this putt which he's hitting. Seldom do you see such a thing that players wearing a glove on their hand. I guess it's more of a routine thing which he's going for himself. The antics we all pull through to save one shot or two are too funny at times. Rohan trying to give his utmost towards this shortish birdie putt from what I am presuming on hole number 9.
We'd also like to congratulate Rajesh Kumar, who had a hole in one yesterday on hole number 11, as well as Anurag Noeg in round 2 had a hole in one on hole number 2. Rajesh on hole, my apologies, on round number 2. Congratulations to both these players for securing a hole in one. Bites the dust. Missing the putt on the left hand side. We'll give you an update of the latest scores. Akshay Sharma now leads the proceedings not by 1 but actually 2 shots. So we see Sanith with another drop shot, and Thanga Raja in position number 3 alongside Om Prakash Chauhan and the veteran Harinder Gupta.
I think that's the first high ball flight I've seen all of this week.
Yes. Incidentally, Trishul still sticking to that low fade. Let's see what Harry comes up with.
Yeah.
Relatively low.
Harry also relatively low for even his liking of what ball flight he generally produces.
Now here at hole number 8, the par 3, only measuring it at 153. So I would think that's realistically a birdie hole, but obviously the wind is up.
Yes, wind is playing a very big factor because you've seen a few players who are playing some sublime golf in shapes of and Thanga Raja, who's already 4 under par, missing this green. That means the wind is playing a little bit of a trick.
Asking for that to get down.
It looked to have started bang on towards the flag line. Would be interesting to watch where it has ended. Trishul just rehearsing his practice routine to make sure that no leaf is unturned when he strikes that golf ball towards the hole.
You would think that windy conditions like today would lend themselves really well to Trishul's style of play.
Yes, his ball flight is very strong and relatively lower than most. So, a definite advantage this week.
So that abbreviated finish, trying to keep that low. We'll soon find out where that ended up.
Yes, a lot of players in windy conditions try to use more of a body oriented rotational swing to keep the ball flight low from what Trishul just showcased.
From the golfers out on the course, we're seeing that Shravan Desai has had quite the interesting journey today. Shravan Desai started with a 7 and then followed up with 4 birdies in a stretch of 5 holes. He's currently 2 under par. So that's what comebacks looks like. And Vishnu Pratap Singh Gill as well, who started with an 8, made 3 birdies in the next 5 holes, but unfortunately gave a couple of shots back to the golf course. Shravan is 2 under par for the day. Anirudh Kamiridipalli is 1 under for the day. You have Shankar Das 3 under for the day. Muniappa 2 under for the day. And towards the top 12, we're seeing players actually in red numbers. So it's a little different from yesterday. We're seeing that the top 15 are actually in red numbers and playing well.
Yes, and already a sizable red numbers because you can have a look at players shooting in 3 under, and 4 under respectively by N. Thangaraja, Om Prakash, and Harinder Gupta. Absolute different feat from what we were seeing yesterday. Harinder finds himself in pretty much the exact spot where Thanga was, a relatively easier chipping location from where Gaurav's ball had ended up. Would be interesting to how Harinder goes about flighting it or putting in a roll and letting the ball release sooner than later. Eighth hole, a par 3, which is not very lengthy at 153, is posing its own challenges to players who are in hot form. There you can see the lift clean and place being applied by Harinder Gupta. Because of an exponential amount of rain, this system where you can actually lift, clean, and place your ball is being applied by PGTI for this entire week. Just helps them get fairer playing conditions. And even more interesting is that Harinder has opted to not chip it but putt it from that far out. I guess the lie must have been very good because he's hit a tremendously good putt.
Yeah, that's a good one there by Harry. You see those big tufts of grass. There's that little bush. I'm not too sure how do you exactly refer to it. What is the name of that? But if you get caught in that, it's rather difficult. We saw a couple of golfers having to take penalty drops yesterday. I think it was Sukra Bahadur Rai who got stuck in one of those.
Yes, contrary to what this small bushes look like, they have a very unusual name. If I'm correct in identifying them as what they have in Oxford, they're called love grass.
Yes, I think so. Yes, it's a rather thick love grass. I think love is the last thing they exhibit. They're rather scary. You go there and you lose your ball.
Only statement which makes sense to them is love grass, stay away from love grass.
Yeah, I think you're right. You just Google that That is indeed Lavraj. You got your horticulture knowledge on point, Aditya. I must give you that. I think you visited quite a few Lavras when you played professional golf. So, who better than you to tell us?
I think I must have uprooted a few while playing and searching my ball amongst all of that.
That's the last thing on Sarthak's mind. Let's see if he can make this putt.
Yeah, Sarthak's being very meticulous about not only reading the line, but in ensuring that his setup is helping him promote a smooth stroke.
Coming up short. That seems to be the theme of the week. Players running out of gas on the putting green.
Is, as they say, putting is a game in itself, and these putting greens are posting a realistic challenge to the players. As we were discussing before, these greens don't have big borrows, but the subtle ones are foxing the players enough to not let anybody post up very big red numbers. As you can see on your live feed too, players are making their way about towards hole number 9. Gaurav Pratap chipping it just from the front edge of the green. From what we have seen on this hole, the entirety of the slope has a bit of a decline towards the fountain. So what would mean that the ball is trailing towards the hole with a little bit of speed if you're on the higher side where Gaurav's chip has found itself.
Yeah, we've seen that. What it would show that it should actually grow that way, but we've seen that the grain can be rather unpredictable here.
Yes. We should soon be able to see what happens with the speed of this putt, as OP is going to, from the looks of it, have a downhill putt going towards the hole.
A good run that he's on. He's 3 under after 8. So, as we said yesterday, if OP's putter can work, and it's working really well, if OP's putter can work, then he's a force to reckon with, and that is ringing true as we speak. He's 3 under through 9. Definitely means business.
From that far out, that putt have looked very, very true as it narrowly missed out the hole. Somebody's got to mount up a charge with those long putts if they have to catch up or perturb Akshay, who's sitting comfortably at 9 under par. But I guess for the moment, the trophy of Nostradamus prediction is moving towards my co-host, as he had predicted somewhat differently from what my observations were.
Well, I wish they had a prize for that too, but obviously,
Don't worry, I'll buy you a prize if that happens to be true.
Sounds perfect. Not too happy with that one.
I think he has not only over borrowed but hit a little too hard. Sanju would be.
Yeah, that looks like it's reached the fringe almost.
Yeah, a very rare sighting for these putting greens where the players' lag putts are not as good as what we've just seen.
That could also be a case of accumulated frustration when you're not reaching the hole. I think you just want to give it a good whack. Yes, he's going a good 4.5 feet by the hole. We'll have that for his par. But a lot better scoring today as compared to yesterday.
Yes, players are getting a little more accustomed to the not only just the layout but gauging the winds. As we see some really good scoring by Hanga, OP, and Harinder, all three in respectively 4 under, 3 under, and 3 under for the day.
Oh, there you have. These are the parts that are so difficult on this golf course. And you blink and you drop a shot. That's the story of the week for all these players.
Yes, Gaurav Pratap would be looking to make this putt and save
Gaurav
his
Pratap Singh currently at
par attempt.
even par for the day, 2 under for the tournament. Not in with a shot for victory, but unless he can have back nine of his life.
Yes, anything is possible, and always gunning for the victory is the motto for this man. And
Yes,
we've known
absolutely.
him
Yeah,
for a while
yes,
now.
we've known that in colorful words, he's always said that I can win a tournament even when I'm 15 shots behind on the final day. So that's the kind of belief you require.
And that's the kind of putting which will aid him achieve his beliefs.
Absolutely. So Gaurav Pratap Singh makes a good par there. Will move off now to the back nine. He's currently 2 under. If he can get himself up to 5 under par, that should be good enough to maybe secure a top 6, 7 finish, and that'll go a long way. I know he has great plans this year. What a brilliant shot there on for hole number 8. Shows you the difficulty because those trees, the leaves are rustling behind.
There you have the leader with a big stick
Yeah,
and
that
pro tracer showcasing the ball flight.
very nice that you can get to see the ball flight. We didn't quite have all these things at our time. Could have known
It's
about.
good we didn't have all these things of our time because would have made things look a little bit funnier.
Yes, these lines would have been going all over the place. Teeing off on hole number 8. Shivender leaning a little bit to the left. So that normally means that the ball has gone over to the right hand side. Now we have Sanit lining up on tee number 8. He's gone all the way over to the left hand side. But that's a rather odd choice because the pin is also over to the right. So that would indicate prima facie that he's trying to hit a draw. So if that is indeed the case, maybe he's playing away from the flag. Because that would be the only reason why he's all the way to the left. Let's see what kind of ball flight he employs and maybe taking the safer route to about 15 feet left of the flag. Looking on intently, not quite sure where that has ended up. Akshay now. This hole should really suit Akshay. He likes to play a left-right fade, and the pin being where it is ideal for Akshay. I have a feeling this could be close. He's a good iron player, especially when he's on song. Let's have a look where those balls have ended up. We'll find out soon enough. Till then, let's have a look at some of the scores. We have Akshay still leading the tournament by a shot over Sanit, who's actually made a birdie on hole number 7. So good on him. He's able to claw his way back. It's pretty good to the leaders. Angaraja having the round of the day at 4 under at the turn. Om Prakash and Harinder 3 under for the day. Samarth, Anshul, and Adil also 3 under for the day. So the chasing pack is definitely delivering on their part. Now the leaders will have to respond in kind. I think Akshay and Sanit will also have to make a few more birdies if they are to keep that cushion from the chasing pack. Indeed, an interesting tournament. Vizag Open 2023 is delivering on everything that it promised. It was the inaugural event here, and hasn't it been splendid thus far? It's shown us a lot of good golf, oppressive conditions, quality ball striking, and after a long time, we're actually seeing this kind of short game being employed by the players. So that is a welcome change from what we normally see on tour. Very difficult, small greens. As we look at hole number 10. 10th hole, measuring at 570 yards, is a par 5. Not seen too many players being able to attack these par 5s outright. A lot of the holes, the driver is sort of taken out of your hand. Sometimes the second shot is one where you have to err on the side of caution. Now back to this split screen view. See, Akshay is on the right hand side, right screen rather. Good chip shot by him. So it missed that green well to the right. Maybe too aggressive on that fade and overcooked it. And on the left hand side, you have Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal, who is 1 over for the day and 1 under for the championship.
So as we have a look at the split screen, from one end, Rajiv Kumar Jetiwal is going up the hill towards the flagstick, and on the different spectrum on the hole number 8, Sunit is going downhill. That's a big whack of the mallet from Rajiv. And Sunit has found the bottom of the hole. I'm not sure if that was a birdie putt, but a little strange to find Akshay that shot with on his approach shot of the tee. Must have caught a gust of wind because wind has definitely picked up and Akshay is in good form. Very rare for you to find a player who's scoring such well and comes up that short. Must be a bit of a miscalculation of understanding the strength of the wind. Nicely done. Wraps up for his up and down. Samarth Dwivedi has also broken out of somewhat of a jam and has now found himself tied for third with in Thangaraja. Both these players are 4 under for their respective rounds, blemish free. Samarth has had a few more attempts as he's gone through 11 holes. Thanga will be looking to make a stronger charge as he's got the entirety of the back nine towards his side and which offers him three par fives. Talk of the man who's on the screen, N. Thangaraja. This should be a birdie putt on hole number 10. And a few nature's drones also finding themselves on the screen. I think they're called helicopters. I'm not really sure. I'm just putting a name to them. I'll definitely get back to you.
I think the word you're looking for is fireflies.
These aren't fireflies. Are they fireflies?
Let's call them that.
Yes, let's call them things which are giving company to the drone shots. There you have another look at Mr. Jatiwal, implying the left-handed lower than the right setup of putting, and strangely enough, also wearing a glove while doing that. That's something I will definitely like to inquire for him. So a lot of professional athletes in their respective field have those one or two gimmicks which they like to follow. Just puts them in a comfort zone. And here's another look at the Pro Tracer technology. What a beautiful drive by Harinder Gupta. Even Sarthak's pulled out a low stringer so that it stays under the wind. Similar tactics applied for the Pro Tracer technology usage, which shows how the ball is tracking. Bit of a miscue from Trishul on that hole. For those who are joining us on the screens, we are presenting the final round, which is in the closing stages of the back nine of the Vizag Open 2023, being broadcasted to your screens by AVP Studio Networks in partnership with Professional Golf Tour of India, the best of the best golfers in our country and abroad find themselves in the shores of Vishakhapatnam, enjoying a very pristine conditioned the East Point Golf Club, hosting their own challenges to the players, testing their mettle, and providing themselves an opportunity to take home the coveted Dolphins Nose Trophy for the very first time. And a bit of a charge back from Sunith, where he finds himself again tied with Akshay at 9 under par. It will be interesting to see who breaks back again into double figures. If I'm not wrong, till now it's only been done once this week, that also by Sunith. Akshay would definitely have a thing or two to say about that, as both of them have separated themselves sizably by a 3-shot margin from the chasing pack. The chasing pack is also getting cluttered up by names Samarth Dwivedi, N. Thangaraja, Om Prakash Chauhan and Harinder Gupta. All four of them have are posting seriously good red numbers with 3, 3, 4, and 4 respectively under par. Very good feat in a sum of 9 holes. Among some other notable scores, we've had 4 rarefied eagles by Anshul Patel on hole number 7, and up recently just about now by Aman Raj, hole number 12, a par 5. Jairaj did it some time back on again hole number 7. So hole number 7 seems to be producing a lot of birdies and eagles. Much appreciated hole by most of the players. Alap also has achieved that eagle fraternity zone by making an eagle on the hole number 12. Alap somewhat having a mixed day, as is also Shamim Khan. Shamim Khan running in a bit of a spot of bother as he bogeyed the island par 3 and double bogeyed the 18th hole. So all the good work which he initially did on the beginning of the round, which was in birdie eagle start, has come down to somewhat of a stall. That's Thangaraja just cleaning up on hole number 11. There you have it again. Rohan implying and being very meticulous about the read of the green. The aim point system gives players a slightly better perspective as to what normally people without using aim point would be. And on your screens is chipping maestro Mr. Gaurav Pratap Singh going the aerial route this time around. Very unlike for him to come up short. Generally, a very aggressive mode of play is what he chooses, not only in his long game, but especially in his short game. Absolute different approach from MD Sanju, not giving it any air, choosing the Texas wedge, so-called the putter, and a good lag putt from that far out. A very small, almost gimme left for him to clean up for his par.
Good clawback by Sanith, following up those bogeys by birdies. Not really wasting time.
Yes, he's having a very interesting round. Merely 2 holes where he's had a very mellow shape up in forms of par.
Yeah, it's been an interesting ride thus far. Talking about interesting ride, Samarth Dwivedi is 4 under par through 11 holes, sitting in at 6 under par as we have a look on our screen.
Gaurav would be looking to make amends of his not a very good performance with the chip.
Yeah, Gaurav Pratap Singh level par for the day.
He's had a tricky stretch of last 3 holes where we've seen him trying to save his par. And
Oh,
wow,
that's what these greens can do. Look at that.
he thought he nailed it. That step said that he's found the
Yeah,
hole,
this will
but
say.
the ball had other destinations.
There was a little bit of anguish for Tap Singh. Seemed in all the way, to be honest. And when the golfer does make that sort of a stride, he's pretty certain that he's going to fetch the ball out of the cup. But unfortunately, that was not to be. Now we have a look at Om Prakash Chauhan going along really well today. 3 under, still pretty much in it. 3 behind with 8 to play.
Narrowly missing out on that small putt. But that's been the story of the last 2 days. The greens are posing a bit of a mystery to the players.
MD Sanju also going with that. Not exactly a mallet shaped putter, but we've seen quite a few of these come up. Players have switched over from the traditional sort of blade putters to.
Yes, the D-shaped putters, the claw-shaped putters, whatever you might call them, they are definitely different from the conventional classic-looking putters.
Exactly. The one that is being employed by Om Prakash Chauhan still pretty classic in terms of its shape.
Yes, the shape, yes, but he's using one of those counterbalance shafts, which is 75% graphite and 25% steel.
What difference does that make in terms of putting? Is that something that actually makes a perceptible difference? Or
What it makes a difference is because with the counterbalance, what the makers have done, they've added a little bit weight towards the butt end of the shaft, which makes it move or throw or kick in kind of a situation going in when you're starting to hit the putt and throws the shaft in the other direction. So imagine one of those old time wall clocks which had a very big pendulum and it goes back and through. But the this time around, the weight is on both ends.
let's see if Shivinder has that pendulum working.
Yes, from a long distance out, he would
He
definitely
definitely
like
does,
this.
and it
I,
almost rang true for him. Good
yes,
putt.
at this point, I think we are more excited for the long putt to drop in than the players.
But there have been some good efforts from distance where
Yes,
we've seen that players have come up short on the shorter putts. They've been able to navigate.
yes, some of these long putts have looked brilliantly good, just not finding the destination.
Shivinder currently sitting in at 5 under, 1 over for the day. So he's sort of fallen along the wayside, finds himself 4 behind his playing partners. It's quite likely that the winner will emerge from this group and be one of Akshay Sunith. But if Shivinder has to stake his claim, he has to make a few putts. And he has to use
Yes,
that long driving and really capitalize on that. He has to take a few chances also on the back nine.
yeah, Shivinder's having a bit of a mixed round where he's giving shots back, taking them to his tally, and then again giving them back. So, bit of a topsy turvy curve, which Shivinder would definitely be looking to change over.
Now we have Akshay. Seems like he's pretty much against the collar, is he? That would make this putt a little more difficult. He'd have to keep the putter hovered up, hovering above the surface.
Yes, but I guess from the angle which Akshay is coming, there's a severe left to right slope on this green, so the ball should trail more towards the water hazard.
A very difficult putt to hole. Very low chance of this going in the hole. Oh, what a fantastic putt. Nevertheless, I think that really exceeded my expectations.
The
You've
odds
seen
of
quite a few putts from there, and they haven't really come this close.
I don't think you noticed, but the odds of the ball finding the hole and the caddy finding the drink were pretty similar. Both narrowly
I'm
escaped.
pretty certain in your time, quite a few of your caddies would have found the drink. Your famous temper would have gotten the better of them.
Famous temper, or more so running out of golf balls.
Anit cleaning up there.
And here's a look at the fast moving Om Prakash Chauhan.
Yeah, it really does walk at a brisk clip. Scampers on. Has a lot of energy.
Yes, absolutely. It looks like he is always on the move, and his stride suggests the same.
There's another theory that I have. I don't know how it can be corroborated, but players who walk at such a brisk clip normally have a higher amount of fast twitch muscle fiber because their muscles are firing at a higher rate. That's why you see even his swing is a very quick movement. It reminds you a little bit of Nick Price back in the day. The famous Nick Price was such a fantastic ball striker with a very quick backswing and downswing. So he's that's really essential and very useful in golf if you can have that. And that's of course there's a lot of training you can do for that, but also a certain amount of luck that if you have that kind of fast twitch muscle fiber, you do hit the ball longer and you have a more tightly wound swing. The classic example would be you look at somebody like Ernie Els. He doesn't have that, but because he has big levers, he's able to generate with that language. Even Vijay Singh. But on the other end, you look at somebody like Rory McIlroy, you
Or
look at
Don Palm.
or Camilo Villegas back in the day. These are really there are two different ways. Either it's using your mass and generating velocity, or it's using your speed that you're bestowed with.
Yes, absolutely. Om Prakash do seem to be moving, walking, and playing on a brisker way than my co-host. But yes,
A brilliant shot right there.
that's a very good shot from there. Yes,
Just
OP seems to utilize the maximum potential of his capabilities because, as you can see, OP is not a very big guy when it comes to size, but he uses his speed for that advantage.
we're seeing these par threes, hole number 11, 144 only, maybe a 9 iron, a 3/4 9 iron for majority of the field. But players have not been able to hit it on the flag per se. They're still missing the green now. Is that owing to the wind or?
Has to be because knowing these players for over a decade now, and we have seen what their caliber of hitting is, them being so far out has to be a variable of the wind.
There's something about this putt that looks rather inviting. It is a left-right putt, and the player would know it's slow. Look for this to be close or maybe in. That's what they call the commentator's curse.
Yes, OP got baffled by a little bit of a break which he couldn't gauge well enough. The ball dove a little more than he expected towards the right.
Yeah, that was not his best effort.
Yes, and as we have been getting regular updates of live scoring, there has been a massive change at the top.
Yes, Akshay Sharma has suffered from a double bogey on the ninth hole, and that would move him to 7 under par. And Thanga Raja has now made another birdie on hole number 11 and moves to 7 under par in tied second alongside Akshay. And Sanit Bishnoi finds himself again on top of the leaderboard, and this time enjoying a two-shot lead.
Yes,
Sanju would have benefited from OP's putt.
absolutely. Sanju would have had a close look at what has happened to OP's putt and has used it to his advantage.
Good putt by Mohammad Sanju.
Yeah, by now we are more thrilled of seeing a semi-ranged putt finding its bottom.
Exactly. Gaurav Pratap Singh here, giving that putt a lot of respect, and rightly so. And it's perceptible that the players are taking these shorter putts a lot more seriously. Normally, they sort of just stand and are self-assured that which way will the ball break. But not on this golf course. There's a lot of mystery. You can see that Gaurav is pointing out towards the right inside of the cup, and that is a line that they have agreed upon. Let's see if that was in fact the correct one. Oh, just about again. You saw that he's
I thought
looking
he
a little
thought he's
tentative. Yeah,
pushed it out or started off not on the right line.
yeah, he's happy. He's smiling like a Cheshire cat right now. He's gotten away with one.
Yes, it's a welcome foxy situation for him.
You see, even the best of putters are not too sure on these greens. It's never easy. I would think this is a golf course where local advantage would be quite high. So if you do happen to play here often, that would definitely help you in tournament conditions.
Yes, after the beautiful coverage, what we've seen of this city, if not for golf, it can definitely be upcoming for your vacation plans.
Quite a long effort here on hole number 10. Having to traverse.
Yes, Sarthak is a long way out for his birdie attempt, I'm presuming.
Good part of 30 feet. What you might be wondering for viewers that how did he pick this ball up outside the green? Because we're playing lift, clean, and place, also commonly called as monsoon rules or preferred lies. This happens sometimes when the golf course has suffered through inclement weather and the fairways are not that consistent and ball tends to sit down or even gather mud. So to ensure that everybody gets a level playing field and good lies on the fairway, this is the rule that is sometimes put in place in certain tournaments.
I can see Sarthak employ 1/10 of your reading skills by pointing and showing the ball what it has to do.
The good part about this part is it's downhill. Now it should break left.
That had some serious break on it and speed as well.
This is that part that we've seen that players sort of struggle with on this hole. It's not a bad putt by him, but unfortunately, he will still have the better part of 4.5, 5 feet. And he'll also have to read the line perfectly.
Absolutely, it was a long way out and had serious break in it in forms of a right to left movement. Now, from one end of the rainbow to the other, Trishul is going all the way uphill from pretty much similar distance
Yeah, sure.
from the front edge to the back edge.
Yes, he's not been able to make too many putts. Maybe he is able to change that now with this putt. Shul Chinappa, 4 over for the day. Needs to turn it around. No better place than right now.
Absolutely. Gives it a mighty hit as the ball is traveling uphill, but also serious break.
That's a miscue. He's and definitely the putter is not working. He's left himself with another tester.
Yes.
Not doing himself any favors here is Trishul.
What would be interesting to know is what Samarth and Anga Raja have been having for their breakfast because they are outclassing everybody in terms of scoring for the day.
I think it's fairly safe to say that Samarth would have some sort of protein, given that he's such a fitness enthusiast. And Thanga Raja, maybe some Sri Lankan delicacy early in the morning to remind him from home. And that's what takes these golfers to 7 under par. There's a trio at 7 under par: Samarth, Thanga Raja, and Akshay. On our screens is Harinder. Arinder Gupta currently at 3 under par, 6 under for the tournament. As we go lower down, we see some good rounds being stitched together. Rohan Dole Patil, Sarthik Chibber at 4 under par for the tournament. Syed Saqib Ahmed, Angachima Adil Bedi, Aman Raj, Sukra Bahadur Rai, and Mari Muthuar, all of them at 2 under par. So today, the course conditions have been a little more benevolent, and that's helped the players to play their best. Now we have a look at Sarthak, who we saw hitting that putt from the back of the green. That's a good effort by Sarthak there. You can also see these dragonflies, quite a few of them on the screen. That's another impediment for the golfers to deal with. Good putt. So both of them able to hold their respective putts and move on to the next hole. Samarth Dwivedi, 5 under par, and he's started off his back nine in style, reeling off 3 birdies on 10, 11, and 12. Smith Bishnoi, our leader, currently after 9 holes. And for those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Vizag Open 2023 being played at East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam. On your screens are the top 10 scores. This tournament offers a prize fund of 1 CR with approximately 16 lakh going to the winner. Also, for the taking are world ranking points. The top 5 positions receive world ranking points, and those will come in handy later when the players try to qualify on international tours. Our leader on the order of merit this year is Om Prakash Chauhan, and he's looking to add to his overall prize fund tally this year. He's at 6 under par, with a very real opportunity of still mounting a challenge for this championship. We've seen some low scoring today. Yesterday was a difficult day on this golf course. Moving day, traditionally as it's called, was rather sedate. Players were really burdened by the difficult conditions and couldn't quite cope with them. We only saw a couple of, not couple, maybe 5 or 7 under par rounds. Very difficult day yesterday, but today it's a different story. The players have gotten used to the track and they're really enjoying today. Leading from the front, Samarth Dwivedi and Thangaraja, 5 under par. Om Prakash, Harinder, 3 under par. Anshul Patel, 3 under par. So the players have now sort of understood the ins and out of this golf course and are doing well. But as we compare the scoring relative to other golf courses, it's still not that low. So this golf course does not yield low scores easily. You have to fire on all cylinders if you are to do the same. Greens, Rohan Dhole Patil playing alongside Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal and N. Thangaraja. Rohan Dhole Patil, 2 for the day and 4 under for the tournament. So having an excellent day. This putt is really important for Rohan on this par 5. I believe this is for birdie. It looks like it would break ever so slightly to the right, but if you peer closely, you'll be able to see that there is certain green tinge from his ball to the hole. So that would tell us that maybe he's putting into the green, and that always makes the putt more difficult on greens such as these. Let's see how he fares now. Oh, unfortunate to have missed it on the right hand side, and that's what the players are facing on this golf course. Difficult putting conditions from inside 10 feet. And the one who can master these greens will definitely be in for a great treat, because there's a lot of prize fund to be played for. Mind you, the prize fund is not only for the winner. There is a cut employed in every professional golf tournament, and especially on our tour, it's a little more rigorous. We only have top 50 entities who advance to the final two playing rounds. And the rest of the field, as we have a look at Rajiv, look for him to hold this putt. Yes, very well done. Firm hit. He remains at even par for the round and 2 under for the tournament. So going along well is Rajiv. So as I was saying, the top 50 entities make cut and they get a share of the prize fund. The rest, unfortunately, have to go back empty-handed. Such is the story of professional golf. And depending on your position after at the culmination of the tournament, prize fund is disbursed accordingly, with approximately 16% to the winner and I think zero point 0.3 or something, I'm not too sure, about 0.25 or 0.3% going to the 50th, and then the reserve money to the ties. So the exact calculation of the prize fund is available on our website. And also on that note, I would like to tell you that you should follow www.pgtoffindia.com if you want to learn more about professional golf in India. There are a lot of states that the tour visits. There are many tournaments, approximately 25 to 28 in a calendar year. The Professional Golf Tour of India is also associated with the DP World Tour. And you can see the live feed on multiple screens. This is a good addition. On your right hand side, on the live feed number 2, you can see the leader group, Sunit Bishnoi. Seems to have found the rough. Let's see how he's able to navigate this shot. That's a brilliant effort by him. Deft touch. But you can see how quick that rolled away. So steep slope as well as the grass alongside him. So that made the shot really difficult. That side, we can see Trishul. And maybe holding a putt, not to be. It's not been his day with the putter. Needs a couple of breaks to go his way. You must be wondering what Shivinder is doing. He's actually moving his marker to a different position, which he'll have to replace. And in case if he were to forget to replace his marker, he'll actually incur a penalty. As we have a look, Akshay really cranes over that putt. Reminds you a little bit of Jack Nicklaus. Good effort, just about leaving it short. Harinder on the live feed. Harinder Gupta currently at 3 under par for the day and 6 under for the tournament. Sanit now for his par after that chip shot.
Yes, a very important part coming up for Sanit to keep the momentum going and not giving any of the headway which he's made to a very hot in pursuit duo of Samarth and N. Thangaraja. Very crucial at times to have the momentum which you're coming with to stay on and not give any ray of hope, as they say, to the chasing pack. Just missing out narrowly on both the feeds, respectively, where Sarthak and Sanit narrowly miss out on their putts. So that would mean that Sanit has given a shot back, and we'll have a quick update on that very soon. Which means players at 7 under par, Samarth, Tanga, and Akshay would be looking to catapult themselves up. Shivendra seems to be having not a fun week with the putter. I'm sure the amount of putters he was trying to experiment and understand will is going to add on to the tally, as this putter is not giving him desired results.
Yes, you can see these dragonflies really troubling the players. Short putt. I was referencing earlier that Akshay really cranes over the putt. He reminds me a little bit of Jack Nicklaus. So he tries to get his eyes as close as possible to the ball. That also seems to work for a lot of players.
Of course, in recent times, the most somebody has proven to come close to the ball or bend over that much is Michelle V, if I'm not wrong. She used to come almost parallel to the ground.
Yeah, pretty similar. There we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh on this very tight driving hole.
Yeah, the short tracer showcasing how the balls moved for respective players.
It's rather odd that MD Sanju stood on the left side of the tee to hit a fade.
Not odd, very, very odd.
Yes, exactly. And he
He's-
still and he started that ball at the center of the fairway and managed to still keep it in the fairway. That shows you the kind of control. So different folks, different strokes. Whatever works for you, stick to it.
Bit of baffle moment for us for what MD Sanju showcased, but yes, talks volumes of amount of ball flight control you have, because that's not an easy thing to do.
Yes, exactly. To stand on the left of a tee with the OB on the left hand side and not really much room, and then start that ball towards the center of the fairway with a fade. So you'd have to have it hugging the left hand side, maybe just about clearing those trees. So visually, that's probably the most difficult shot you can try and execute. But it's about whatever suits a player.
But if you look at it from a
Player,
clearer,
he's cleared up for his, seems to be his par, I guess.
seems to be his par attempt. But if you-
Fashionable printed shirt today.
Yeah, circling back to what Sanju's ball flight or teeing options were, he with that tee option and that kind of ball flight made sure that the ball was always in play.
Yeah, but it's very likely that he would end up on the right trees.
Of course, that is true because he's cut down the margin of error by not taking the entirety of the hole into play. Gaurav Pratap from just the fringe has a sizable putt for himself. Amongst some other scores, Aman Raj is making some headway by making an eagle and birdie start on for his back nine. You can look at Gaurav Pratap trying to stay loose with a few extra waggles, as the length of this putt is quite sizable. Don't want to leave it short. He's given it a decent hit. Just somehow the golf ball has managed to not find the intended destination. Om Prakash himself has a sizable putt from pretty much the similar direction. The only good part about this is that it'll be difficult for Om Prakash to leave it short, as it appears to be a severe downslope towards the hole from where he's hitting. Hole number 12. Hope he's given it a mighty heave and the ball's gone a little out of the comfort zone for any player who's going to have a par attempt coming up of that sizable distance. And yes, there we have the updates where Sunith has dropped a shot on hole number 10th, making a bogey for himself and dropping down from 9 under par to 8 under par, which makes him 1 over for the day. And pretty much the unthinkable has happened from for Om Prakash, where he's three putted from that distance. He must be furious with that. At the later half of a tournament where you're running out of holes, that's the last thing a highly skilled player like Om Prakash would want to see on his scorecard. Here's the Noida veteran Gaurav Pratap Singh trying to clean up and move on to hole number 3 very quickly. You see that bend from here is more of a smirky smile that okay, I've done with this part and let's move on to the next one. The days when even the best of the professionals, what you're watching on your screen, are not scoring as well as they would like. Coming back to what's happened on the scoring in the back nine, after that drop shot, all three, Samath, Enthanga, and Akshay, find themselves only one shot away from the leader, Sanit Bishnoi, which means that all three, and including the pack of two players, Om Prakash and Harinder Gupta, are just in two shots of the leader. This is turning out to be quite an interesting event as the current fiery starts and continuous prolonged efforts to catch up with the leader of Angaraja and Samath Devedi have found themselves only one shot adrift. For those of you who are just joining us, round 4 has gotten even more exciting as we draw toward the latter half of round 4. Very, very interesting times coming off to see who is going to walk away with the coveted Dolphins nose trophy.
I would say that our excitement is palpable. Things are falling over.
And so is a very long distance putt for Akshay. Akshay would be very, very happy to find that ball nesting in its rightful place.
This seems to be the signature hole of this golf course. A very beautiful view on hole number 11. A gettable par 3, 144 yards only, 9 iron, and maybe for the shorter hitters, an 8 iron. I suspect these days players must be hitting their pitching wedges to about 144. The longer hitters.
Yeah, with the newer manufacturing systems,
When they're here, that ball looks like it means business, but unfortunately, as they say, no legs, no glory.
yes, comes just a roll or two short. Yeah, 145, 150 is the distances which now these youngsters are achieving with their pitching wedges. Not only just because they're fit and their golf swings are good, but there's been a somewhat of a change by the manufacturers in their degrees of loft on the clubs. Because I remember back in the day when we used to play with our blade irons, a pitching wedge was about 47 degrees. And up till recently, what I was thinking to change over to a new set, a pitching wedge stood at 43 degrees. That is,
I'm not too certain that you 43. I find that a little incredulous. I can understand 45, but 43 is
I
almost
saw
like.
it at 43 and I was also shocked, like, wow.
Let's see what Sanit can do here. Looks like a makeable putt for a change.
Yes, so he's pretty much on the similar lines of Akshay.
Oh, that's cruel.
Yes, that is rather unfortunate because it looked like it's going home all the way.
This golf course doesn't really give you much.
Yes, to make birdies, you have to be dialed in. As you can see, even if the slightest amount of miscalculation would mean hanging in the jaws and not finding the home.
It's turning out to be quite the tournament here at Vishakhapatnam East Point Golf Club. And for those of you joining us on ABP Live, we'd like to tell you this is the third year running that the ABP and the Professional Golf Tour of India associate. There you can have a look at that top tracer. This is a predictable ball flight from the left-hand side, a draw.
Yes, absolutely. The right shape and right tee position, and Sarthak
Hitting a
also
fade. Hitting a fade.
more or less a fade. Was pretty
A very
straight.
good fade.
Yeah, I never left the center of the fairway.
Harry with a little bit of a flare.
Yeah, but I guess that flare got sorted on its own courtesy, the strong gales of wind.
Appears to be Trishul. Oh, that's a brilliant shot by Trishul here. Right on the money, dialed in on this hole number 12.
Yes, Trishul has hit a
Hole number 12?
magnificent shot on hole number 12 from the middle of the fairway.
527 yards.
And is also being given company by his fellow playing professional who's also hit another good shot. Sarthak, on the other hand, has come up a little short and would be looking to make amends by using his short game skills. Harinder, I think, has grown fond of the recently released movie Barbie. He's supporting those colors.
I'm pretty certain he's not going to like that association. And then known for his machismo, but maybe now showcasing his softer side. So, looking fashionable though.
Absolutely. Sharp in white and pink.
Karthik here appears to be here in two and should have an easy up and down for birdie at hole number 12, playing at 527 yards. Akshay Sharma has made birdie on hole number 11. So there's a lot of tumultuous change happening on the top of the leaderboard. You can see that sometimes Akshay is leading, and the other time it's Sanit. And Samarth and Thanga are not too far behind either.
Yes, both of them have been having a more of a Tom and Jerry cat and mouse moment with each other. But yeah, because both of them have respectively dropped shots from where the day had started, they find a hot pursuiting Samarth and N. Thangaraja hot on their tails.
Yes, especially Samarth Dwivedi, who reeled off 3 birdies on this back nine. Thanga probably still has more in store on the back nine. Both of them are at 5 under par. And the fact that we're visiting this golf course for the first time, these might stand as the course records as well for professional golf. So I think
They
might.
they might be some kind of scores, but they can't hold up as course records because
Yeah,
we are
because of
playing
the
preferred
lift.
lie.
Yeah. But unofficially, yeah.
Unofficially, of course.
Harry with this putt. It seems that this is the rare putt that might break both ways, left to right, and then if you see in the end, it'll be a little right to left. There's a slope here closer to the hole, maybe about a foot and a half short that will make the ball turn to the left. But initially, the ball will get thrown off the shoulder to the right hand side. So
Yes, absolutely. Now that we are drawn into the extreme business end of the tournament, you cannot leave anything for chance, and so is Harinder being very meticulous about his part.
the good thing is it's a downhill putt. Your downhill putts are certainly more makeable than the uphill ones. Now it should come back a little. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He had the line, but not the speed. So
Yes, your read on the putt was absolutely spot on, but the distance control was lacking a little bit by Harry.
Harry would have to settle for Par there.
Yeah, that soft, slow walk back from the hole towards the back just suggests that he was not very happy with his attempt. Those who you're wondering what's that guy standing with a board in his hand, they are called live moving leaderboards.
It's quite a long sort of name. Live moving leaderboards. It's on the live moving leaderboards. Let's see if Sarthak can make a move. Yes, he can. Brilliant birdie there. He also wants to join the party. He's at 5 under par. Trishul now with his putt. Not really seen him making any putts. Maybe this is one that he would. Opting to go with the lower hand down. Working well this time. Trishul currently sitting at 4 over for the day and 1 under for the tournament. There you have the updated leaderboard. Top 10 players. Shivinder Sisodia at 4 under par finds himself at tied 7th. Akshay Sharma leading alongside Sanit Bishnoi and Sangha Raja in hot pursuit. Samar Dwivedi was 5 under par, unfortunately making a double bogey on the par 5, so that would see him drift to 5 under par and 3 behind. So a lot of turns and turns in their fortunes on this back nine. Aman Raj coming along really well today. 3 under par, 3 under for the tournament. So the leader group has 7 holes to play. And at this point in time, we have a total of 10 golfers within 4 shots. So it's still technically a wide open tournament. So anyone's for the taking.
Well, yes, the tournament is wide open as a mix of players have a realistic shot to outpip each other all the way up from, I would even call in 5 under par in realistic play. The tournament is definitely heading towards a very exciting phase. Here's another look at the beautiful scenic East Point Golf Club. These drone shots are so mesmerizing that I'm still trying to put in words which do more justice to the beauty of the venue. Very massive landscape.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects 2 parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role. Inserted in the concrete deck, and anchor to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
All right. We just got an update that we'll be having one of the younger lots, Karan Pratap Singh, more recent winner on tour coming up and sharing his piece of advice about golf and how to go about it. Would be very interesting to hear about a young winner's point of view towards the sport, especially for old veterans like me and my co-host, Mr. Chaura Singh. Always better to understand the game from a different perspective. Both Sunit and Akshay are sitting at the top for the moment at 8 under par, and has joined up to tied fourth as Samarth Dwivedi has faltered away a bit by making a double bogey on the hole 14th, a par 5. That's a bit of a surprise. And on some live action, Akshay has opted to instead of chip, make a long putt from a sizable distance away from the green, which is quite usually all right, as the fairways look to be cut down to a very good height, and lift clean in place makes you even have a better sighter of the ball as you can place it to a softer spot. That's a rare sighting. The guy who's on your screen is a very recent winner, Karan Pratap Singh, assisting his roommate Shivinder Sisodia. I guess that camaraderie of two friends can be showcased on your screen very clearly, because Karan Pratap has not only just won his maiden title in Chandigarh, has also headed into a playoff in Noida with Gaurav Pratap Singh and just narrowly missed out on that.
That's what separates golf from other games, is that you are competing, but you're also out there. Good chip shot there. I remember up till recently, I don't know if there's a rule change, that you couldn't quite caddy for if you're playing on the same tour. There were some rules I remember which used to inhibit players from caddying for their friends, but I think obviously there has been a change, and a welcome one at that.
Yes, the new rules allow for this to happen, and I mean, for one, I'm a big advocate of understanding the game and making life a little bit more simpler. And I would personally welcome this change where a fellow friend of mine, at times when I definitely could not make smarter decisions, be around and let me understand it.
I think another reason you'd probably do it is to save on caddy fees, Aditya. We know that whoever is on your bag is not going to get any caddy fee that week, so it's a good nifty way of saving up money. But that's on a lighter note. It's brilliant what Karan is doing, especially shows you that even though he's a winner, ego is the last thing that he has, and he's helping his friend out there. It's very nice to see. Have you ever done that? Have you been on somebody else's bag?
Yes, I have. I've carried on two occasions where I was carrying for my roommate at that point of time, Amardeep Malik, and once for an Australian player, Adam, during the Johnny Walker
Oh yes, I
tournament.
remember.
We all were, if you
No, no,
remember. You weren't?
I didn't. I don't think anybody would ever take me on their bag. I'd slow them down.
Yes, that would have been a sight. A
Yes.
caddy way slower than the player, and the referee running behind the caddy, not the player.
Yes, now Shivinder here.
Yes, it's beautiful to see Karan Pratap come out and support his friend and help him achieve better heights professionally, narrowly missing out on his putt, Shivinder
That
Shishodia.
was good chip shot by him. Unfortunate not to capitalize. Would remain at 4 under for the tournament. Akshay and Sanit still in pole position.
Yes, on a lighter note, if I had somebody like Karan Pratap on my bag, I would have rather given him the club and say, have at it.
Akshay now.
Akshay would be looking to clean this up and keep his momentum because as we are drawing towards the close of this tournament, there are no more reruns at any hole. Whatever you write down is going to stick, and lesser number holes are remaining. So mistakes are something which these players are not at all thinking about. Forget letting them happen.
Giving it a lot of thought is Akshay.
Yeah, it seems to be a slightly strong line which he needs to be a little certain about.
Really stands so far away and craned over the eyes, not really over the ball either. This is unconventional to say the least, but works like a charm. I was happy to have made that putt. Holding that putt. Sanat Bishnoi. Interesting as we move towards the last legs of this tournament, the final 6 holes for our leader group who's just finished the par 5 12th. And now would as we have a look at this top tracer, shows you how they teed off on this par 5. Shivinder, remember that ball that moved a little left right? Akshay does favor left right movement. Nice little low fade and the heart of the fairway. Sanit teeing it up towards the left hand side and hitting a low straight bullet. Look at the picturesque 11th. Players will move off to the 13th.
Yes,
185.
pictures certainly, but has its own challenges. What we have seen with the players not being able to find the flag stick seems some kind of a semi bowl kind of a scenario going on this hole, and the flag stick is tucked in onto the extreme right side if you're facing from the tee box, which will not let it be very easy for the players to access it. You'll really need a very high soft shot if you have to access that flag. Hence, we even saw somebody of Om Prakash's caliber to a fair amount of distance away from the flagstick.
Yes. Sometimes it's better to throw caution to the wind on a golf course like this. And someone who's definitely not doing that is Anthanga Raja. He's 5 under today and 7 under for the tournament. He's only trailing by a solitary shot. The man from Sri Lanka, like a mighty champion today, trying to cull the leaders Akshay Sharma and Sunit, who have no intent on backing down. Let's see who's able to win this inaugural Vizag Open 2023 being played at the beautiful East Point Golf Club at Vishakhapatnam. You have the leaderboard, the top 5 players bunched together.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
There in view is the 18th green. Decent picture that it posts here. It's going to be the site of an epic battle today. One that is currently brewing between Akshay and Sanit as we eagerly await the players move to the 13th green. Let's also have a look at some of the other scores today. Lower down, we had Akshay Damale 2 under for the day. Simaniappa, erstwhile Indian Open champion, also 2 under for the day. You have Ravi Kumar 2 under for the day. Also have Alap IL from Mysuru 2 under for the day. Sukra Bahadur Rai from Nepal 1 under. And you have Syed Saqib, Angad Chima, and Adil Bedi 1 under. Adil Bedi giving a couple of shots back to the golf course. He was at 300 one point in time. Aman Raj 3 under for the day. Rohndole Patil 2 under. Anshul Patel 3 under with an eagle. Sarthak Chibber 1 under. Harinder Gupta Om Prakash Chauhan, the duo 3 under for the day and 6 under for the tournament. And as we speak, there are a total of 6 golfers within 2 shots. So it's still a tight tournament. It's definitely one of the better cliffhangers that we've seen in a while. Nobody able to quite run away with this tournament. That's owing to the championship golf course layout that is East Point Golf Club, posing a formidable challenge for these players. It's serene, it's beautiful, but it's also tempestuous. Cannot be tamed easily. The one who will win will be a worthy champion, a numero uno who will put his name down in the history books as the first player to win the inaugural Vizag Open. That'll definitely be a feather in that player's cap.
Yes, I can only imagine what's going through most of the players' mind as every day, at some point or the other, they must have crossed the coveted Dolphin Nose Trophy.
Yes. Also, the fact that it is a novel trophy, something that hasn't quite been seen in the past, would really make a beautiful mantelpiece.
As of right now, Akshay is again putting up some daylight between himself and the chasing pack, which has got now international flavor kicking in terms of Mr. N. Thanga Raja, the Sri Lankan trying to solidify his position by birding 5 holes out of 13, which is impressive feat. Thanga has one more par 5 and a couple of par 4s got his way where he can charge up and try and catch Akshay. Some of the more scenic holes coming up in terms of hole number 16th and 17th, accompanied by 18th. What we saw yesterday posted a bit of a threat for a lot of players. as 16th is an island par 3 with which is not a slouch in terms of distance, also measures at 210 yards.
That might be the site of some drama today, I'm certain. The nerves would be fraying by the time you get towards the business end of a tournament. There is a lot to play for.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Seems like a calm, benign final day now. The wind picks up at about 9:30 a.m. in the morning. Troubles the players for a couple of hours, then tends to die down a bit. But we're seeing a few leaves rustle there in the foreground. And that seems to be Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal. Rajiv, 1 over and 1 under for the tournament. Has done well, but it's imperative that he finish strong. He does get himself in good positions near the top 15, but he withers away on the final day. I hope he turns that around this time and does not capitulate. So far, so good. 1 over's a decent round. If he can finish with a birdie in the last 4 holes, that'd be really nice to see. Came out really high. Not quite sure where that has gone. His guess is as good as ours. He seems a little befuddled as well.
Well, the wind seems to be on a quieter note, so that is one variable which the players will be thankful is not playing havoc on their minds as they're coming towards a close toward their route.
Kumar walking towards his ball. So interesting to see where he has actually hit that.
Yes, it's been a very topsy-turvy tournament, not only on day 3 but also on day 4, as Akshay Sunit have been going up and about from being leaders to tied leaders to being sole leaders and dropping out of the ferry. But Akshay, over the stretch of holes number 10, 11, 12, has steadied the ship and has actually cleared of the chasing pack and finds himself, for the moment, too clear, leading and looking towards his third title. These are some beautiful views coming on your home screen on different platforms of the Vizag Open 2023. Live action from East Point Golf Club, Visakhapatnam. Courtesy Professional Golf Tour of India joining hands with ABP, the media giant, collaborating with Professional Golf Tour of India to give you such iconic, scenic, mesmerizing views. If you look at this golf course through the lenses of what we are seeing, you can't just not get up and move into this venue to have a game of golf and enjoy the view and the surroundings. The golf course looks in immaculate condition. There's another look at the solar paneling system, cleaner, renewable in energy, what the golf course has implied. A very smart and environmentally friendly way to go about it. There you have on the 15th hole, live action coming from Rohan Dhole Patil, who's trying to gauge the slopes, the severity of these subtle slopes, which have been foxing players all around. And the dark horse picked up by my co-commentator Shaurya is going to showcase his chipping skills. I'm sure Rajiv Kumar Jetiwal from that difficult lie will give it every attention, every detail to attention so that he can make this up and down and keep his card a little cleaner.
Yes, playing the 15th hole, the par 4. Short par 4, but he flared it out to the right. Now let's see how he can recover. He's very good with the short game. Jabbed at it. And it's a pretty decent effort, all in all. You saw that's a different style of short game that he has. As you spoke earlier, we see the more flamboyant short game players tend to give it a lot more airtime. This is the safer route, but has its own restrictions. You can't quite stop the ball, and you need more green to work with. So the higher pedigree short game players tend to give it a lot more airtime, but that requires the release of the club at the opportune time and also generate more speed and ensure that you keep turning. Not the easiest of shots. One shot that this is a shot that Anirban Lahiri really executes well. As Rohan Dhole Patil contemplates his putt.
Yeah, Rohan has spent a substantial amount of time on this part to understand how it's going to break. All it's left is to now execute on what he's read up.
Leaving it short, that's a familiar story that we've seen this week.
Yeah, leaving it sizably short, not leaving himself a simpler pass save, I guess.
Yeah, the players have found it difficult this week.
Yes, and the man who's making it look a little simpler than the entirety of the field is N. Thanga Raja.
Would that be his birdie putt? Don't think we've seen him hit any other shot. And this is a short par 4. I think this seems to be a birdie putt. He's asked everybody to clear the vicinity of his view. He said, I need to be focused on the target.
Of course, the way he's playing and hot
Surprising
pursuit.
that he's keeping the flag in. I always found it to be more of an impediment. Especially in windy conditions, the flag can. Oh, yes, it has helped him. And that's a fist pump. And that's definitely a birdie from the looks of it.
Was it a fist pump or was it a box shown to the ball that you better stay there?
It could be a box with his build. He could be a heavyweight contender.
Absolutely.
And he better have his boxing gloves on because Sunny is not going to give up easy, and neither is Akshay.
Yeah, but if we have a close look at what's happening on the leaderboard is Sunith has made another birdie, not another birdie, the birdie on hole number 13th and come a little closer to his somewhat of a arch rival for the moment.
For the moment, yeah. Going neck and neck, Akshay and Sunith, and soon it seems Thanga Raja will join the party as well. Rondole Patil doing well there. That ball just dropping in the hole. Now let's see if Mr. Jatiwal can secure his par. Seems to be looking somewhere else. Not quite sure what he is looking for. Looks to be looking up to the heavens, a little confused.
He's trying to stay a little bit amused so that the ball doesn't know when he's going to strike it and send it home.
Exactly. He has a surprise in store for the ball. Not taking much time, which is a good thing. That means he's pretty self assured and certain of the line. Oh, brilliant there. What a par by Rajiv. Fantastic. That would keep him at 1 under for the tournament. It's always good to end a week in red numbers. Nothing quite like it.
Here's another look at Thanga's move. And yeah, if you look at it, it's more of a box to scare the ball than a fist bump. I would not want to be a golf ball with Thanga in that kind of a demeanor.
Yeah, we can put you in a boxing match though with Tanga. Interesting.
We've had a few bouts of our own, friendly ones, thankfully. Otherwise, he would have probably made sure there is some kind of physical deficit in my body. Very strong guy. But don't go by his demeanor. He is a gem of a person, always making the people around him feel welcome and
It'll be
very, very
interesting to
happy.
ask him the meaning of his name. Like a very royal, heavy name, Thanga Raja. Reminds me a little bit of the European tour Thor Bjorn Olesen, whose name means thunder god. So maybe Thanga Raja also could be something like that,
Of
something
course,
mythical.
whatever it might mean, there is a very big thing in his name which is called Raja.
Yes,
I'm the only
absolutely.
thing which is interested in that.
He is playing like a Raja. He's playing fantastic golf today.
Yes, he's playing like his name suggests, charging up a serious forward move towards the leaders. We now have respectively players sitting at 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and all the way par. With a limited number of holes left for the respective players, I won't be surprised if the leader ends up sitting at maybe 10 under par at a total, because the stretch of holes which are coming up their way are no slouches.
Yeah, I think 16th, 18th, not many birdie holes coming in. Maybe the 15th to a certain extent, maybe the 17th, depending on how it plays. But yeah, so the tournament, I think 10 under is the number that it seems it might go to. 10 under or below. I definitely don't think that number would be breached. As we have a look at the top scores today. Aman Raj has crept up into the top 10 at 3 under par. Finds himself 6 shots behind the leader. Aman Raj, a regular on the Asian Tour.
Yes, Aman Raj has been playing on the Asian Tour. I'm not really sure if he's still got his playing rights, but pursuing a small injury, it has set him back a little bit, but not the kind of a player who's going to sit down for a long time. He's one of those fighting category men who's going to find his way back into the top spots.
Yeah, I think he also plays on the European Challenge Tour, the secondary tour. Saw him play some tournaments up in Europe. I'm not too sure if they were co-sanctioned events or what were they. I think 2 months ago. We'll have to do our research a little better.
Yes, absolutely. We will get back to you on that. But yeah, Aman Raj is not one of those people who will just sit around and wait. He's one of those action-packed people running down every required possibility to get back into the winning circle.
For those of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Vizag Open 2023 from East Point Golf Club, Visakhapatnam. This tournament boasts of a prize fund of 1 CR. Quite the tournament to put your name on. a trophy as well, which is unique in nature, depicting a dolphin's nose. This is the first time that the Professional Golf Tour of India has ventured onto this golf course, or the state. So it's quite a watershed moment as we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh, who's venturing into a bunker.
Yes, Gaurav Pratap Singh in a spot of bother from what we can see, not a very easy shot coming up his way. A slightly more a strayed day for Gaurav, where he's having to rely heavily on his short game skills.
Yeah, and also getting a little bit of an update on Gaurav Pratap. He's, as I say, the train has come off its rails, so as to speak. He's suffered a bogey and a double bogey, which has moved him to 3 over for the day. So not trending in the right direction. His playing partner MD Sanju. Let's see what he can produce here. He's currently at 7 over for the day. So this group is having a rather disastrous day. In fact, MD Sanju on the previous hole made a 9, a quadruple, a bogey and then a quadruple. Gaurav Pratap Singh a bogey and a double. So there's something definitely in the air. Maybe those dragonflies or I don't know what there is, but this group has been bewitched, dropping shots like nobody's business. Gaurav Pratap Singh seems to be compounding his errors. That shot didn't quite come off as he would have wanted.
Yeah, these are the perils of any sport, and unfortunate for players to experience that, but that's part of the game. Sometimes you are surrounded with difficult scenarios. The best you can do at the moment is walk through.
Motivational words by Mr. Aditya Rajkumar.
I need to
Prabhu.
remember these words the coming few weeks for myself. I guess I'm going to write them down.
Please do. It'll be interesting how you fare. I'm pretty certain you'll do well. Even if you don't, I'll still say that you've done well. Well, Pratap Singh, you saw that. I don't think he's been able to hit it on the green. This short par 4. Tight fairway.
Yeah, bit of a rough patch which has struck this group in terms of large numbers, which as any professional golfer would not like to see. Forget about having them on the end stretch of round 4.
Exactly. The worst timing. Om Prakash Chauhan, though, the other player in this group, has been able to get through these whole unscathed.
Yes, I guess he's trying to navigate and stay clear of his
Yeah,
playing partners more
yes,
than the golf course.
You know, when you see disaster unfurl in front of you, sometimes you have to look away. You know, it's like one of those road wrecks. You want to look away. Now we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh. So he's hitting his third shot. You can see the body language has changed a little bit. That's what happens in golf when you have this sudden onset of events that are not favorable. It tends to take a while to sort of reset. Let's see if he can come back with a brilliant shot. Doesn't seem so. You see that the shoulders are a little slouched. He's not too happy now.
Yeah, the walk is a little slower. It happens to the best of the players, really unfortunate, but that's part and parcel of not only golf, and it's also part of life. You do not have all the moments going towards you.
Yes, exactly. That's what they say, that golf is like a microcosm of life. It imitates it in multiple ways. No such problems for the leader, though. Back nine is going along really well. He's 2 under on the back nine and 1 under for the day, 9 under for the tournament. Hangar Raja now finds himself in second position alongside Sanit Bishnoi. It's really, this tournament is going to produce a worthy champion. Let's see if Sanju can make a birdie after that quadruple. I reckon that these players would have hit the OB. That's one way that you can make a quadruple there. The OB really hugs the left hand side on the tee shot.
Absolutely. Can only know that post these guys are done their round, but yes, bit of a setback for both these people. Om Prakash staying clear of such setbacks and marching along just fine.
Om Prakash needs to have the blinders on. He should only be looking at the leaders. He still has 4 holes to play and should at least try and reach that 8 under mark. I feel if he can post 8 under, get into the clubhouse, the last is a hole with water and there's trouble on either side. Please put some pressure on the leaders.
Absolutely.
That's what he wants to do. Gaurav Pratap now. Let's see if he can make this par. Should break a little to his left. But breaking right to left here. Gave that a valiant effort, and
Yeah,
now
you've given it a mighty heave, and as a result, has a sizable putt left to clean up.
he was almost going to putt that out. Shows you that he's exasperated, to say the least.
Absolutely. Om Prakash, on the other hand, would like to stride up closer to the leaders by making this putt.
Om Prakash would have gone to school on that putt by Gaur Pratap Singh. He would have benefited by seeing that, but I have a feeling this is going to find the bottom of the cup. And yes, it does. Fantastic putt by OP.
There's an absolute change of walkabout from what we've been noticing between Sanju and Gaurav towards Om Prakash, striding, running away towards the next hole.
Om Prakash is always, even when he's not playing well, then he actually walks faster because he's in a hurry to hit the next shot.
Yes.
This is not the easiest of putts for Gaurav. Well done. Drop a shot, unfortunately. Gaurav Pratap Singh. GPS, as he's called, and Sunny as well. His close friends refer to him.
Yes, GPS and Sunny, what his close friends call him, but not the title he looks forward for himself. I remember back in the day he had a Royal Enfield and
the
Sheriff embedded on the.
Yeah, so Gaurav Pratap Singh definitely has a little bit of wild, wild west in him.
I guess it will be fun to watch Thanga and Om Prakash play together, as both of them seem to be in an urgency to get into the clubhouse.
Yeah, they should put them with somebody like me. Actually, maybe not. They might bludgeon me.
I don't think that you guys will be playing golf. There will be something else happening on the golf club. We will need referees, but for some other purposes. Maybe a ambulance or a first aid kit moving along.
I think I'll have to take you along for my protection, my friend. Slow play, something which is really frowned upon. But I say enjoy the day. Golf is not something, it's anyway the slow game. Might as well take your time. Take in the surroundings, enjoy, smell the air, smell the roses.
Put some sand in your pocket.
Exactly.
Move along.
Yeah. Go to the bushes, try to find an errant ball. Jump into the hazard, try and retrieve a few. That's what golf is about. It's not a race, but today is definitely a race to the top. And that is currently being led by Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. And not to be outdone, N. Thanga Raja and Saneet Bishnoi.
Yes, and Thangaraja is in hot pursuit of the leaders, and that quick birdie, what we just saw, he made it look like it's a normal practice round, and he's trying to catch up with the group ahead. That was he made it look that simple.
I don't know if you noticed it when Ashok Kumar was in his prime, when he was reeling off victories. There was a time, maybe about almost 15 years ago, that he was winning tournaments in a spectacular fashion with 8 or 9 unders on the final day at Noida Golf Course, when he had that brilliant run in the European Tour event in DGC. He used to fly. The speed at which he used to play, he used to actually build momentum. He was almost like a footballer or a cricketer. He was not really playing golf. He used to just hit the shot, go to the next one. He used to have that energy about him, even in putting. Very tough to replicate, especially for a tortoise. But
yes, I remember on that note.
You remember the story?
Yes, I remember that story. I've been witness to that story quite a few times myself. I remember Ashok Kumar walking and playing so fast that, if I'm not wrong, and We're playing the third hole at KGA. Me and Ashok both had sprayed our tee shots towards the left hand side, and before I could muster up the shot which I needed to hit, I executed what I had to. I saw a man running towards the center of the fairway, which was Ashok Kumar. I didn't even realize he's hit his shot and has marched past about 100 yards ahead towards my intended target. So
As
that's
you
the
have a look at Trishul on this hole, that bunker is seeing quite a bit of traffic. Seems to be a popular spot with the players. It's not the easiest of shot, must be about 110 odd yards from there, from the bunker, maybe a little more. What would you say? That's one of the tougher shots coming out of the bunker from there. Seems to have caught it clean and holding his stance. That is always a good thing.
absolutely bunker shots, as in themselves, are not easy, especially because the impediments underneath your feet are loose and pretty much give you that wobbly, shaky feeling.
Look at Harry, is barely decipherable from here. Looks like the crouching tiger, hidden dragon there under the tree.
Would be fun to watch what he musters up from that.
This is a tight driving hole.
Absolutely. Don't tell that to Sarthak Chibar
Yes, he's
because he's
sitting.
placed it far and out in the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, Sarthak is sitting in clover. Very easy shot coming up.
Sarthak must be wondering what are my playing partners doing. Seems to be a very straightforward hole.
Let's see what Harry can do now. Some sort of acrobatics. Not quite sure where the ball has gone.
A very watchful look towards that. Harinder can move the ball both ways. So I won't be surprised if he has hit a very good recovery shot from where he is.
Sarthak only has himself and the flag to look at. No, nothing to obfuscate his view. And this is the range that Gaganjit Bhullar is so devastating from. You notice him, he looks calm and poised, and from 100 yards, because he has that abbreviated swing, that ball really comes off with a lot of spin and control.
Yes, and that's been the key to his multiple successes on the Asian Tour. I think he's had 10 international wins.
I think 10 or 11 actually.
10, if I'm not wrong, 10 for sure. Maybe the 11th one is also done and
Yes.
dusted. Because this signature move which he does is he showcases to everybody around the amount of wins he has by putting up those many fingers in the air. So I guess now he's going to open up the one of his foot shoes and get that into action.
Yeah, that could be one way. No such problems for us, I guess.
The problems for us is to come close to those things.
Yeah.
If I had 10, I think I would buy a trolley, put all 10 on them, and make them travel along with me wherever I'm.
You're a very modest man, so I think that's one of the reasons God has not given you 10 victories. It would make life quite difficult for the rest of the field.
Yeah, I make sure the two which I have are cleaned up every day, and I can see my reflection in them and reminiscent in the yesteryears, the good times of yesteryears.
You have the multiple live feeds.
And here's another look at lift, clean, and place being used to the correct and proper advantage for a player's benefit. Harinder trying to gauge up the lay of the land and what's going to happen on this chip, which is looks pretty straightforward, but nothing on these greens are straightforward.
As we have a look at Gaurav Pratap Singh here. Let's see if he can turn the tide.
Yes, that was a good looking putt from that distance. Just missed out on a little bit of leg work, as they say.
You can see that he is in a hurry to get off the golf course. That happens when things are not going your way and you've given it all.
I had just been contemplating from yesterday till today what this golf course reminds me of, and correct me if you could share on that same feeling. Doesn't this? I'll sorry, we'll get back to that. That was a very good attempt to make birdie by Om Prakash.
Yes, OP is at 7 under par. He made birdie there and almost birdie. What does it remind you of? Something.
I was trying to put together to what kind of venue have we gone, which is similar to this. In it just came to me that the entirety of the back nine in Bombay Presidency is the general outlook of this venue, with the hazards, the bit of love grass and palm trees
Yes,
standing.
yes, pretty similar. And the feel is somehow of that of a hill station.
Absolutely.
It's a little bit of a mix. Also, at times reminds you of maybe something up in the hills, ones that you play in Nepal. It has a very unique feel, this golf course. Let's see this putt now. Sizable putt. Maybe all of 25 feet. Should break a little to his left. That's a pretty good effort there.
That's a very good effort from that far out by MD Sanju.
And Thangaraja still trailing the leader by one shot. Akshay Sharma being consistent on this back nine.
Absolutely, we have.
Yeah, look at the 18th hole.
Yes, here's a look at the 18th hole, and I don't think that flag stakes moved much. Maybe it's come 5 yards closer to where it was from yesterday.
Exactly. See a few replays from the action today. This was the best. Nice and smooth. Players seem to be fair distance behind. If anything, the flag yesterday was a lot more to the left. Now it's if you look at it, it's more towards the right hand side, center back, where you had discussed that would be a difficult flag win position. I think
Absolutely.
the referee has taken your suggestion.
My position was 1 yard off the green into the right hand corner.
Yeah, I'm afraid they can't quite do that, but they try to give you the second best option.
Yes, your dear friend And our tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, looks to be in kind of mood for the 18th flag.
But this hole seems to be playing longer. As you can see the players walking up there to be a fair distance behind. We head over to the business end of things. We've run through almost 68 holes of this tournament, and after that, Akshay Sharma leads the tournament by a solitary shot over N. Thangaraja and Sunit Bishnoi, who are at 8 under par. Sunit was leading the tournament and now finds himself one shot behind. N. Thangaraja has catapulted himself into the lead, kind courtesy a blistering 6 under par. And mind you, he's not done yet. Behind them in fourth position, Om Prakash Chauhan and Harinder Gupta, both with identical scores today of 4 under par. So finding that bunker, this could be difficult. You see that his left foot is perched on that solid ground. So this is definitely not the easiest of lies. He does have his work cut out here, does Akshay?
Yes, absolutely. In a spot of bother is what our leader finds himself. Bunker shots, as it is, are not very easy, but having half a foot in the bunker and the rest half of your body outside.
It's 115 yards, and I don't know how he'll get it till the green. He might even end up hitting the front bank. This is not the easiest of shots. Might just be laying up. Got it sort of clean. Let's see if it gets there all the way. Not too bad.
Not too bad. He's come a bit short than he would have liked. But yes, from that kind of a lie, it's not a bad shot at all.
I think it's a good effort from there, given
He's given himself a realistic chance to save his par by a reasonably closer distance than the ball could have ended up from that kind of a lie.
you see the other two players, Sunit Bishnoi. Quite sure where he is. They've gone over to the other fairway, it seems. There seems to be some activity within the gallery there.
Yes, this is a very crucial phase of the tournament where not only the leader has a one-shot lead, but has somebody at hot pursuit of his tail.
Still not quite sure where
Sunit's ball is.
Sunit or Shivinder.
Yeah, it seems to be that they are in the front left half, and
Yeah, you see the referee there, and you see the
referee trying to.
scoresman there as well. So
We'll soon come to know what's happening because it is a very crucial point for not only the leader but Sunit as well if he has to use it to his advantage and catch up with Akshay.
seems like all three players are experiencing difficulty on this hole. I must say this is a beautifully designed hole, short hole, but is giving so much trouble to the players. This is what golf design is all about. Using the lay of the land and the available topography to make the most difficult, challenging hole, even though it's not the longest by any stretch of imagination.
Absolutely. The designers play mind games with the players by giving you hope by reducing the length of the hole, but adding in a lot of trouble in forms of hazards tall trees, and in this case, club grass.
Yes, that seems to be your favorite.
Yes, used to be. I don't want any association with it anymore.
Narendra Gupta.
Harinder Sarthak and Trishul making their way through the bridge and
The unmissable scoreskeeper with
the live moving leaderboard.
yeah, and very brightly dressed in yellow and pink.
What's that all about?
That somebody keeping the score and obviously keeping in line with fashion as well.
Absolutely, that is a statement right there. It's matching the leaderboard's colors if you look yellow and red or pink.
Exactly, that's what camouflage is all about. Harinder, what they're doing now is probably asking for the referee's opinion in some issue that they are facing. This is the Island Green 16th hole, so saying
Yeah,
like,
somebody's ball seems to have found the water, and from the looks of it, could be Harinder Gupta looking for
I think he might be in the bunker. I'm not too sure.
some ruling.
We'll soon find out. Till then, we'll wait and watch.
Yes, very interesting times because there seems to be some issue not only in Harinder's group, but the leaders are in a spot of bother.
Yeah, the leaders cannot be spotted.
That's the bother.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on. It's all happening here at the Vizag Open. Don't go away. Blink, you miss. Stay tuned. Well, you have a look at Trishul is sizing up that birdie opportunity. Fantastic shot on this long hole. Harinder seems to be disappearing out of view. Maybe it's the bunker, is it the hazard? Lower half is disappearing. I think he is still. What would happen in this case? Because if you're certain it's gone in the hazard, then you get a drop. But if it's pitched right, but the hazard is the only
If it's pitched
plausible
in,
place.
if the balls ended up in the hazard, he has to go back.
Okay,
There's no other way about it.
I think that's going to put paid to his challenges.
Yes, and here's a look at the bothered leaders. We can finally see the entirety of that group. Sunit and Shivendra joining Akshay. Akshay has hit himself sizably short after that chip, I guess. We'll
We're not quite sure that if Sunit is there in two. I think that might be there in two because if he had laid up, he would be closer in three. So from wherever he was, seems to have made quite the recovery.
Yes, all he has to do now is save his up and down if he is there in two. Rather interesting in both the feeds, a bit of a confusion, especially on live feed one, where Harinder is getting some advice from the referees.
Yeah, it's maybe about the point of entry.
They're trying to identify something. I don't know what they're trying to identify. So that's a good sign that I didn't realize Sunit was on the putting green.
He's ready to go. Let's see where this ends up. It's not too bad. Should be able to make his par and remain at 8 under par unless he incurred a penalty stroke of some sort. We're not quite sure. We'll soon find out.
Shivinder also pretty much on the similar lines from where Sunit had hit. Let's see if he can utilize that to his advantage and make this long putt.
Yeah, pretty similar sort of hole they've played. Both have been out of view and then emerged at similar spots. Good putt there. Should be able to make that. Another view of the referee going away. Fantastic live action being shown to you by the drone. I'm not quite sure if Harinder is adjacent to that bunker or where he is. We would require the drone to zoom in now.
Yes.
Sarthak with that long birdie attempt on the sole.
Comes
Leaving
up a
that.
little bit shorter than you would like.
Harinder his caddy seems to be raking the bunker. Maybe it's plugged on the front face or what's happening? We're not quite sure.
That seems to be a putter in Harinder's hand. That means he's
And
hit it on the
caddies.
shot and marked his ball. That's why we can't.
What kind of ruling could he have possibly required? Maybe he was embedded in the front face of the bunker.
Maybe it was embedded in the front face of the bunker, but the new rules which allow you to remove pebbles could be a possibility that
Yeah.
it's a stone and not certain. I wanted the referee's help
That
to
might be it.
identify it. What's happened?
I think it's more likely he would have been embedded on the front face because he just about made it onto the green. So
Yes, absolutely
he
possible.
wouldn't have been in the easiest of lives.
And this short putt means that Akshay has ended up making a bogey on hole number 15. There you have, he's reflecting on that initial putt and discussing it with his caddy.
So yeah, you have Harinder here trying to secure his par.
Yes, Harinder would definitely want this ball to find the hole, as what it appears that Akshay would have bogeyed hole number 15, which could mean a world of difference between what's
Brilliant
happening at the
putt.
top. It's a very good putt.
Speed control dialed in. A look at that majestic 16th hole.
Yes, the drone shots give you a very different story of the golf that is being played actually. Treacherous view if you have got a club in your hand and have to hit towards that target.
It's going to be an interesting putt here. Would move to his right. Yeah, seems to be the story of the week.
Yeah,
Players leaving it
Sarthak
in the jaws.
had the correct line, but a little bit of a miscue in terms of distance control.
You see the clouds casting a shadow there. Gaurav Pickup saying right in the middle.
Yes, a good use of technology, Pro Tracer.
MD Sanju with that low fade.
That's a bit of movement for an iron.
Yeah.
Must be strong gust of winds out there.
Yes, it definitely seems to be so. You can even see Om Prakash Chauhan's ball with a considerable amount of curve.
Absolutely. Big amount of movement on the ball could mean only one thing, that there is a serious amount of wind factor in play.
Have a look at that island green. Still seems pretty forgiving. I mean, if you're looking at things from TV, everything looks easy, but There is some space outside the green. They're giving you about 5 yards on either side.
Yeah, from a bird's point of view, this looks so picturesque, and as if you can just place the ball wherever you want. But when you're down on
Yeah.
Mother Earth, trying to launch something orbital towards a far distance ray of hope called the flag,
Yeah,
different
actually,
story.
you're right. When we are playing a long hole like this, a lot of the players would be medium hitters, like myself, would be maybe even out with a rescue. And if you don't catch it clean, and if the wind catches it, you could easily end up in the drink. So it is there to catch errant shots. You're at hole number 18.
Rohan Dole Patil from Gujarat, all the way in the East Point Golf Club, finds himself in the center of the fairway, possibly looking at his second last shot of the day. At least that's what we would like that to happen, and he would also.
Yes, the players seem to be further behind than where they were yesterday. Especially Rohan seems.
Yes, because yesterday this hole had substantial amount of tailwind supporting the players. And as of today, if you look, there is barely any wind factor into play.
Came out pretty high. And would settle down low in the rough now.
Yes, he had the right intent of using the maximum apex that he could gauge with that ball, but the direction was a bit wayward. And we saw that ball quickly disappear into the thick stuff, which would mean that it's not going to be a very easy up and down for him on the last hole. Unless he can summon the chip in gods. Just like what MD Sanju began his day yesterday like. As we have a look at what's happening on the scoring desk, there is a new man who's heading this leaderboard. The man from down under, at least we can say that.
Yeah,
The
we
man
can say
for
the man
man
from
from down
down
under. Yes. N. Thangaraja, the torchbearer of Sri Lankan golf, has taken tied lead by a beautiful 600 blemish free round going his way.
That's one way to storm into the lead, as we have a look at Mr. Jakiwal getting a lot of airtime, and rightly so. Jakiwal currently at 2 over for the day, buried the 16th.
Yes, not the day.
17th, my apologies. 16th, he had a double, so maybe he was. All right, that's a decent shot. He made a double bogey in 16, so might have found the drink.
Yes, that's a realistic possibility. 16th has been showing its teeth. If you look at a lot of players in hot form, just like Aman Raj and Anshul, also found serious trouble maneuvering their golf balls on the hole number 16th. Yes, Thanga with just the 18th to go can post up a total of 8 under par, which is which can be actually a very serious task to contend with, as 16, 17, 18th are very difficult holes. Just merely not talking about length, but what's happening on these holes because of the scoring patterns, what we see.
Ganga finds himself on top alongside Akshay Sharma. Sunit Bishnoi also dropping a shot in 15 alongside Akshay. So both of them dropping a shot on the 15th. Shivinder Sodia made par on that hole. He's at 4 under. If you win a tournament, this is the way to do it. And Thangaraja storming into the lead and on the final hole now. I said if you can put that number 8 under par, just post that number and that's good enough. Would put pressure on the rest of the field. Garaja with a good chip there, so seems like he will end the day at 8 under par. And I think that could be good enough for the win.
If not the win,
because
it will set the tone of the clubhouse, as he'll be the leader in the clubhouse.
Sunit has 3 holes to go. He'll have his work cut out to reach the playoff. He'll have to make a birdie in the next 3 holes.
Yes, Sunit has to birdie at least one of the 3, which is not an impossible task.
But not an easy. I mean,
yes, it will take some getting to do.
18th is not the easiest of holes. Probably 16th is a long hole, so par is a good score. So that just leaves you with the 17th possibly. So, and then you have Akshay, who will also have to navigate the 16th and 18th. The last 3 holes have not yielded many birdies, so I feel 8 under
has a very solid chance.
A very solid chance. You've seen the last 3 holes. If I'm just seeing now, have maybe all but yielded 8 birdies altogether, averaging less than 3 birdies per hole on that hole. So the average is well above par. Brilliant effort by Thangaraja.
Yes, Rohan Dole Patil, after that ball settling into the rough, needs to hack it out well, and he seems to have done it. Wow, almost chipped in.
Now we have Rajiv, who we saw overshot the green. Let's see if he can make his par and he can end the week at even par in a tie for 15. That'll be a brilliant week for this man. Also opting to go with that multi-metal sort of multi-composite putter.
Yes, using out.
Very good putt there by Rajiv. So he would end the week at level par.
And yeah, not what he would have liked, but still a decent showing.
Yeah, not too bad, because normally on the last day he doesn't really hold his own. But today he was able to somehow, apart from that blemish on the 16th, I would have thought that level par would have been a good round on this final day, given the conditions. But 2 overs he'll have to settle with, and that's good enough for a tie 15. So not too bad by Rajiv.
Yes, both these feeds are showcasing some really important moments of the tournament, where Thanga is looking to seal up his par and lock in a score of 8 under, which it seems to be he's achieved that. And now it's the turn of the leaders to one stay with him and the other try and catch him.
This is the kind of golf course where you post a score and then you sort of wait and watch, because coming in, there are not many birdie opportunities. You've seen the difficulty on hole number 15. You've seen the par 5 14th. So the final stretch is not for the faint-hearted. The last 5 holes don't yield many birdies. We've seen drop shots on 14, 15, 16, 18. makes the tournament quite interesting. So you really need to capitalize, as I said, in the middle portion of the golf course.
Yes, you can see on your screens that Sunith has a sizable putt, not outside the realm of not happening, but yes, the length is decent. And on the other hand, Rohan is not a very happy chappy as he's missed out on that short par save. Walking off the 72nd hole with a bogey is not a feeling which anybody wants to linger around. Wow, I am surprised how that ball just happened to miss out on the hole. It looked so good. Could have been the required birdie which Sunit was looking forward to make and join the people sitting pretty at 8 under par. I'm presuming this is Akshay's birdie attempt. As they say, every shot matters in golf, but as you draw towards an end of a tournament, the weightage of that shot gets even heavier. So Akshay knows all so much about the importance of every shot that he's going to take, not only just leading up to here, but to steer clear of the Sri Lankan maestro and Thangaraja, who seems to have submitted his scorecard at 8 under par.
This is a very important putt for Akshay. Seems like he's got it. Fantastic. That's how you get it done.
He has made the right move at the absolute opportune moment.
And that's how you make a statement.
We'll soon just have to wait and watch and presume that that's a birdie putt.
Yeah, that for all intents and purposes, that should be his birdie. Could tell a little bit from his body language as well. And if that is, then he's sitting pretty.
Yes.
Have a look at that replay. Yes, you see that little bit of a fist bump. Om Prakash Chauhan now on the final hole. OP sitting at 7 under, so not out of it by any stretch of imagination. A birdie will really help his cause here.
Has OP hacked out to this location? Because we haven't seen somebody as far out as where OP's ball has ended up. Unless he's unleashed a monster of the tee.
Could well be that. Let's see. We'll soon find out. Brilliant shot, nevertheless.
Yeah, the players keeping caution to the wind and hitting the center of the green, not attacking a flag, which is relatively not that difficult pin position for this particular green.
But if you see the slope sort of goes away to the left, so if you have to hit it close, you'll have to pitch it on the right of the flag, so not much space. You really have to take on a lot more danger.
Yes, it brings a lot of undue problems in your way. That's a beautiful shot tracer by Akshay and shot tracer technology.
That was a shot on hole number 16.
Yeah, that seems to be a miscue by Shivendra.
Yeah, and same for Sanit as well.
And there you have the leaders have arrived on the 17th.
And we have an update. Akshay has indeed made birdie, and he's in the lead once again. Samarth Dwivedi is at 6 under par, and Thangaraja is 8 under par. Sanit Bishnoi has dropped a shot both on the 15th and 16th, and he finds himself 3 shots behind. Shivender Singh Sisodia also making bogey on 16.
Yes, that's a wild signal by Sunit towards the right. I think he's blocked his drive.
Surprised he's going with the driver on hole number 17. We can also see is the 18th hole.
17th is somewhat of a short hole, if you can call it that, at 376 yards. Maybe Sanit is trying to, at this point and moment, overpower the golf course by sheer might of his distance capabilities. But generally, a hole of that length has trouble lurking in and around the green.
There you have OP. This could be quite an instrumental part if he is to win. No, but he'll have to settle with maybe a runner up or a third position, depending on how the rest play.
I think that was OP's third shot of there post this, and this could end up being a bogey for him. What a time to fire in a bogey at the last hole. Your screens is the man from Noida, Gaurav Pratap Singh, recent winner on tour, would like to end his tournament on a high by birding the last 72nd hole and give him some sign of breather. It's very interesting. The ball on both ends of Om Prakash Chauhan and Gaurav Pratap Singh have moved in different directions. That means there are very small, subtle breaks which are not very easy to read as to what we have been trying to gauge, and seems to be the case of the week. Sanju also trying to wrap up his tournament, but yeah, this ball, just like Om Prakash's ball, eludes the hole on the left side. Sanju, who was having a very good tournament, was derailed by
That 9.
that 9 on that hole.
And post that 9, he's been able to reel off 3 pars. That's not too bad.
Yes, he was having a
Gaurav,
decent day, but that 9
yeah, this
has pushed him.
group had quite a few troubles. Gaurav Pratap Singh went bogey, double bogey, 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 then finally making a birdie on 17th. He's 2 over for the tournament.
Yeah, a bit of sign of relief for the players as they're going to say best of luck, acknowledge each other's game, and looking forward to seeing each other next week. Yeah, that kind of pickup of the whole pickup of the ball from the hole just suggests that OP is not made his par over there.
But it's an improvement over yesterday where the ball still stays dry. So this group will now make way for the second leader group to come through. We have the updated leaderboard. And for all of you who are joining us, we'd like to tell you we're live at the Vizag Open 2023, being played at the East Point Golf Club at Visakhapatnam. This is the inaugural event at this golf club. Kind courtesy all the sponsors and associates this week. And the prize fund has been a sizable 1 crore, with the leader Akshay Kumar currently staking claim to the winner's position. Thanga Raja has played a blistering round, an absolute blinder today, 6 under par, which has enabled him to sit at a total of 8 under par. Barring any bogeys, Akshay should be able to win. 17th and 18th are the 2 holes remaining that he needs to navigate in order to secure that victory.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
As we wait to see what this tournament holds in store for us, we see the group of Harinder Gupta walking down on the 18th hole. Harinder's playing alongside Sarthak Chibbar and Trishul Chinappa. This is the top tracer, showing you the perfect execution by Harinder. Sarthak also right in the middle of the fairway. Back to hole number 18, Trishul.
Trishul finds himself
It's a pretty good angle.
yes,
It's the
at a
perfect
very
place
good
to-
angle. If there is an angle on this hole to approach that flagstick, this is the best one.
Junappa currently at 3 under par. He is in eighth position. Even if he is to make a birdie, he would remain at eighth. But
Standalone.
let's see what the rest do. Really hiked that up. Brilliant camera work there.
Yes, very good camera work to catch that white ball in those big, massive clouds in the background.
Coming up relatively short there, almost 30, 35 feet short.
Yes, 18th in all its might is showing how treacherous this hole is, because there is not only bushes on one side, there's hazard on the other side. As you can see, Sarthak trying to hit a blinder, and he's actually hit a very good blinder.
That's a brilliant shot right there.
Yes, with no visuals towards the flagstick, that is very good execution.
One definite star this week has been the drone. I think if you have to look at something that has been the standout.
Yes, the drone has had the maximum airtime, as they say, and has given us some fabulous views of this majestic track. But the only issue about these drone visuals are they just put a person like me in a vacation mode. Here's another look at the live moving leaderboard and the camouflage.
Thank you. Arindam Gupta now on hole number 18. Quite a sizable effort for birdie.
Yes. Long way out for birdie on the 18th, but that's the might of this hole. Wow. How did that miss out?
That's a brilliant putt by Harry. Unfortunate for that not to go
Yes,
in.
it's got everybody, even his playing partners, a little bit foxed.
Harry would end the week at 6 under par, and that currently would see him in for a tie at third position.
Yes, bit of a jam at 6 under, where four players, Samad, Prakash, Harinder, and Sunit, find themselves. For someone who's just watching up what's happening on the leaderboard, especially with five par fives up for grabs to be helping your scoring averages, let's just tell you that this golf course has some hidden teeth which the players have been not accustomed with. Hence, we have a scoring at where the leader is sitting at 9 under par. if somebody would have asked me at the beginning of the week, I would have rightly said in an excess of 17 to 18 under par would have been the winning total. But the actuality is it's just merely half of that. Goes to show that this track is not an easy one to mess around with.
Yes, I think it's safe to say maybe next year the scores would be better. This year the players have really not unlocked the secrets of the putting green. The putting green has left everybody bemused. I'm pretty certain the next time around they would have a better understanding of how these greens actually operate. Sarthak here. So would break a little from his right to left.
Yeah, Sarthak has mostly taken control of this round, but rather than those unfortunate.
That's a brilliant putt right there.
Yeah, it's recovery mode on for him on the last hole, 18th.
Making a birdie and
After that blinder, making that putt would definitely make him feel not only relaxed but count those mucho dineros a little bit better.
Two birdies in the last two holes, especially in a big event like this, they don't hurt. They would move him now into a tie for third. And he would have been in a tie for seventh or sixth. So that's a big difference in terms of prize money. There you see how that ball leapt out.
Yes, that's a very good move in the absolute correct direction for him. Not only money wise, but also the world ranking points which he can pocket towards his advancement in the world ranking stages. So, whom do you think would be more eager to see what's happening unfold as you look at the live updated leaderboard and see a untimely blemish from the leader?
Oh my. It's rather unfortunate on hole number 17 making a bogey. I would have not predicted that Akshay would have dropped his shot on 17.
Absolutely. A bit of a roller coaster happening for Akshay in the last stretch of three holes, where he's dropped a shot, made a birdie, capitalized on very long par three, but then again let the reins of lead slip away and get into a tie with the man who is comfortably, I know him, sitting with his feet up and watching what's happening live. Because that's all Thangaraja has in his might right now.
Yeah, this is one golf course that the players haven't been able to tame. It looked like Akshay had unlocked the formula to maybe win this one comfortably after making birdie on the treacherous 16th. I thought that he'd make par on 17th and just try and coast through, but it's never that easy. Nerves do jangle a little bit. You get a case of frayed nerves, maybe a wrong calculation on hole number 17. And as we speak, you can see the flag fluttering in the wind. The wind has picked up on hole number 18. Although thankfully for the players, it is downwind. So Akshay would be happy that it is downwind. And this is the hole that would favor his left-right movement.
Yes,
but believe you me, now, this is not the easiest of tee shots. In this circumstance, it would not be easy for him to make par on this hole.
Yes, it won't be easy for him to make par on this hole, but as we just recently saw,
look at the tree in the foreground. These leaves are really moving around. Branches are moving, in fact, so the wind is really high. Let's hope that he stripes it down the middle. It's always fun to watch a playoff.
The wind is up, but the ball flight which Akshay produces, it's all in all in his favor. So,
oh no, he's flared it out way to the right.
Yes, he's flared it way to the right, and I'm just hoping that it's ended up short of those massive trees.
Do you think driver was too much club here? Or, I mean, he did just stick to a strategy, but it was a lot of wind. There was tailwind. You need to make par. I mean, maybe that was his club all the time, but
Forget
I
what
think
you have to
conditions.
make. Look what's happening in the middle of the fairway. Who's waiting with awaited breaths?
Yeah, that's my long lost friend. But coming back to the topic of the club that he chose, I know that in hindsight you can always decide, but when it's so windy and it's playing downwind, and there's a certain amount of crosswind as well, which seems to be some sort of those gusts of wind, you need something that you can just drill down low
Absolutely.
and get a shot to the
He
hole.
could have hit another club, but as we just spoke, the wind is favoring his ball flight. So he would be looking in his current mindset to try and avoid a playoff by giving himself a shorter club in and try and birdie.
Yeah, actually, but it's a very unfortunate shot by him. Really flared that out.
Of course, stranger things have happened. You never know that ball. He might still have a shot into the green. I would like to see one of the cameras posted on N Thangaraja right now. What he's up to and
He
what.
might be warming up on the range. You never know. But as I said, 8 under. You post 8 under and sit pretty.
There you have aerial coverage, pro courtesy the drone. Beautiful sights. Would be very interesting to see what Akshay's ball has ended up to, because it is a very crucial point for the not only just for the tournament but for someone who's not playing. Thangaraja, won't he like to know what's happening? There you can see the duo of Shivender and Karan Pratap Singh on the left hand side of the fairway, getting some kind of a relief with the referee around. Karan, a recent winner in Chandigarh, trying to stray his friend in the correct direction, help him score better, and probably secure his first win. A very good gesture by him. Unfortunate it didn't happen according to what they've planned, but a very good gesture from the young man supporting his friend. Sir, possible to get a camera on Enthanka Raja. He has finished his round, and there's a possibility that there might not be a playoff and he just wins.
Brilliant week for Akshay and the way he was able to hold it together. Let's see if he ends it in style, and he does. Good putt there.
Yeah, that look suggests that it was
Yes,
a bogey and
that
not the ending he was looking for, but very well played, and congratulations are in order from the CEO of Professional Golf Tour of India, Mr. Mandi, acknowledging the fact that it's a well played, well fought over effort by Akshay. Sometimes it does happen you bag up a win, and sometimes it does happen that a challenger in the form of N.
we're not
Thanga Raja.
certain what has happened because people are still shaking his hand. So, is a playoff in order? I mean, we still.
No, if you can look at the live scoring, it has made the scoreboard pop up. And
Yes, so there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Your champion golfer for this event is N. Thanga Raja from the land down under Sri Lanka.
yes, that means that our predictions, both of us, were not even in the closest vicinity.
We're not doing a good job. No, I was a lot closer. My horse this week, unfortunately, just right at the end, could not cross the finish line. But a brilliant effort by both Sanit and Akshay. And in fact, the rest of the field that made cut, you can see that he's a little disappointed by the happenings.
Yes, certainly Akshay has posted and performed brilliantly, but as the wheel of fortune turns sometimes in your favor and sometimes in the direction which you have not intended towards, very unfortunate to see what's unfolded. But yes, on the other side of the spectrum, it is Thanga Raja who will be breathing a sign of relief.
He's being consoled by the players that yes, you have put in a valiant effort. They do appreciate the kind of run that he gave, and obviously there can only be one champion, and this time it's going to be adding some more international flavor to this tournament. Thanga Raja, brilliant golf for 6 under par on the final day. That's what they say. That's what they mean when they say saving the best for last.
Yes, and here's a look at what has transpired over a span of 4 days, 72 holes. N. Thanga Raja finds himself at the top of the leaderboard by a brilliant performance of 6 under par, blemish free on the final round. Akshay is sitting at 7 under par, second, and we have a bunch of players tied at third spot: Samarth, Om Prakash, Sarthak, and Harinder Gupta, respectively, at 6 under par. Sunit not having the kind of day he would like to and is standalone 7th at 4 under par. Trishul and Shivinder also not having the day which they were looking for, but still I have finished tied 8th at 3 under par.
We've also gotten an update that Thanga Raja is an elusive champion, and that was some of the highlights. We're waiting for him to tell us how he feels.
Absolutely, Thanga Raja is not an elusive champion. He is he's pulling up the Houdini to the entirety of the field where he cannot be spotted.
Maybe he's on the practice range, and unbeknownst to him that he is a champion. These are highlights from earlier in the day. As we wait for the prize ceremony, do have a look at some of the stellar moments from today. Akshay suffering a little bit of heartbreak today.
Yes, but a very good fight back from Akshay in the end half of the tournament. Sometimes it does not work your way, but sometimes you have a dream run like what Thanga has posted up. Now the dream run needs to continue and somebody needs to find the winner of the very exclusive first time Vizag Open, Mr. N. Thanga Raja. That was the charge which he made on the 16th, and OP cleaning up and finishing his round. There have been some really awesome scoring opportunities, and players have made the most out of it. None other than N. Thangaraja. There you have it. This has been an exciting time for all the players and the viewers at the same time, because the finish of this tournament has been very, very tantalizing. As
Yes,
we,
and there you have the champion. Finally.
yes, somebody has found Thangaraja, and kudos to the person to find him, and to Thanga also for that brilliant performance, outclassing the entire field.
He's showcased his class with that performance today. That's the way you win a tournament. A blistering 6 under par. He's all smiles, and rightly so.
Absolutely. I don't think Thangaraja is going to find time for himself, because this address not only the trophy, lift it up, but also be a part of some really important interviews coming his way.
Absolutely. I think if you look back, the pivotal moments was how he started his round. He started quick. He made a lot of birdies on the front nine. He was 4 under and didn't really drop a shot. And if you think about it on a golf course like this, not dropping a single shot, that's the key. It's not always about birdies. Of course, he reeled off 6 of them, but he didn't get derailed at all, making 6 birdies and not a single drop shot. His short game was on point, was really calm and composed. He knew that Sanit and Akshay were sort of running away with it, but still managed to hold his nerves.
Absolutely. A 6 under par on a final round on a track like this just means that you have to be honed in like anything. You can't just only keep attacking, but you have to realize that the entirety of your game, your striking, your short game, your mental awareness is on point.
Also thought for the young man Sanit. He was valiant and he played so well. It was really unfortunate that he came up short in the end, but he's already a winner, proven winner, and he'd have learned a thing or two about himself and his game today. And even Akshay, who unfortunately in the last, the end, the last few holes on the golf course are so tricky, and that's why you have a champion who's emerged, who was able to stave off these difficult holes and make pars when it mattered.
Absolutely. Big shout out to ABP for bringing us live coverage of this beautiful tournament being held in Vizag, the Vizag 2023 Open, for the very first time in Visakhapatnam. We will soon have the prize presentation come your way, where we will be crowning the first ever winner of the Vizag Open, who takes home the beautiful Dolphins Nose Trophy.
Yeah, we're still looking for that trophy to get unveiled. It's while we wait, we must also thank all the tour associates and partners such as Tata Steel, Vedika, Fruitnik Electro, Rolex, Golf Plus, Athletic Drive. They've been really instrumental. And also a word for the tournament sponsors. The tournament was supported by host East Point Golf Club, powered by partners VPR Builders and Devi Seafoods, associate partner Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nikanti, Vishwasamudra, Ultra Dimensions Group, Laurus Labs, GMM Folder, Soma Developers, as well as a hospitality partner, Novotel Varun Beach, Visakhapatnam. A big thank you to the associate sponsors, and thanks to the support from the golf course that we could pull off this fantastic inaugural Vizag Open 2023. And what a championship it was. is something that is a trophy that the players will aspire for. It's already a major given the prize fund and the kind of international flavor that it garnered this week. And I'm sure that Akshay will be sort of licking his wounds, and so will Sanit, but I'm sure they'll come back stronger.
Absolutely. I hope you all have enjoyed the live coverage as much we have enjoyed watching how the players have maneuvered themselves on this difficult track.
So, I'm going to show you the depth of golf from Professional Golf Tour of India and the international flavor. A lot of good golfers coming out of Sri Lanka. There was Mithun, who's also made the cut and played decently well this week, and Thanka's obviously taken the mantle.
Yes,
He's the
Thanga
proven
just
champion now.
outshined everybody. But yes, a lot of international players who made cut in form was of Kevin, Sukra, Badal, and Thangaraja, the winner.
Yes, MD Akbar Hussain as well, Mithun Pereira, a lot of the international players, and that spurs on our domestic players. And obviously, there's a lot of world ranking points for Thanga Raja.
There's a lot of world ranking points for Thangaraja for performing with such brilliance at the opportune moment.
Yes, I think, if I'm not wrong, he might be the only golfer who had a blemish-free card today. That's a rare thing on a golf course as difficult as this. Om Prakash Chauhan as well, right? Played really well. 3 under and finishing the week at 6 under par. As we go down lower on the leaderboard, we see some of the other names. Trishul Chinnappa, 3 under for the week, tied for 8th alongside Shivinder Singh Sisodia. We saw make that good par on the final hole. Angad Chima, just about sneaking in to the top 10 alongside Rohan Dhole Patil at 2 under par. Further down, we had Syed Saqib Ahmed, Mari Muthu R, and Adil Bedi in a tie for 12th at 1 under par.
Yes, and here's a look at the man who will be assisting and letting you know about all about the tournament very soon is the media head, Mr. Nikhil Kanal.
Yes, so just stay tuned.
Yes, we'll
we'll take
soon
you.
be heading towards the prize presentation.
A look at the top 10 scores from this week. We had Thanga Raja winning the tournament in dramatic fashion. Akshay Sharma, Samar Dwivedi, Om Prakash Chauhan, all of them take home sizable checks, and the top 5 collect world ranking points. Samarth, Om Prakash, Sarthik Chibber, and Harinder Gupta as well, the veteran golfer, will be picking up those world ranking points. Sunit Bishnoi, unfortunately, not having the day that he would have hoped, but brilliant effort nevertheless. Trishul Chinnappa, Shivinder Singh Sisodia, and Angad Chima, rounding up the top 10.
3. The tournament has been special as PGTI made its debut here at the East Point Golf Club this week and also made its debut in the city of Visakhapatnam and the state of Andhra Pradesh. We witnessed some fine performances this week from the likes of N. Thangaraja, Sanit Bishnoi, Akshay Sharma, Shivendra Singh Sisodia, Mohammad Sanju, Trishul Chinnappa and Samarth Dwivedi, to name a few. At the end, we had the most deserving winner. Now, to begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here on stage Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Mr. MSN Raju, Honorary Secretary, East Point Golf Club, Mr. PRK Rao, Treasurer, East Point Golf Club, Commodore Vinod Babu, Vice President, East Point Golf Club, Vice Admiral G. Srinivasan, President, East Point Golf Club, and Shri K.S. Jawahar Reddy, IAS, Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to please make the opening address.
Our chief guest, Mr. Reddy, other dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. Well, we finally concluded the inaugural Vizag Open. It's been a fantastic week. Before I get on to that, I just want to say sorry for taking a little extra time. Being the first time that we're doing an event here, I would be slightly longer than usual, maybe 3 minutes total. So please bear with me. Firstly, congratulations to Thangaraja. Some great playing. Unfortunate for Akshay. I know all of you guys have played really well, exceedingly well. It's just, better luck with Thanga. Like they always say in golf, there's always the next week that we look forward to. So we'll do the very best few weeks that we have, or few months rather. This golf course has been actually an amazing treat for us all. I remember I was invited first, I was introduced by our dear friend Mr. Nandan Heblika, who introduced me to Mr. MSN Raju. And this was in the month of June. I came by here visiting, invited by them. Came and saw the golf course. I mean, I was actually quite taken aback with the condition of the course and the layout. I mean, it's just beautiful. It's very scenic. It's beautiful. There was some little extra work that had to be put into, which Mr. Raju was very clear that he will definitely do his utmost best and bring it up to speed for our standards, for our players to be able to play well on this particular track. And after that, a few discussions, and here we are. So the rest was history, but we finally gone through this week, except for the first day where we had a bit of a problem with the weather gods, but weather gods were kind, and the last few days have been really, really nice. So I'd like to take this opportunity in thanking you, sir. Mr. Raju, thank you very much. Your entire committee, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I've never seen such enthusiasm at any golf course. I mean, it's actually amazing to see the membership come out in such great strength to actually follow these young professionals. They are actually models of golfers. I mean, they're model golfers. They like to showcase their skills in front of the crowds. And I'm glad that you all were here to witness them. And I'd like to thank, special thanks to the greens keeper. This team of people actually worked hard in bringing this to the standards that it is in today. It's actually really, really well. There's been a register which has been put up for the players have signed up as to what they felt about the golf course, and there's very true feelings that they've given. So I'm sure they will be very, very impressed with that. The golf course actually was amazing. I'd like to also thank everyone who's been responsible in making this event a success. Of course, starting with all the sponsors. The sponsors, without a sponsor, we won't be able to have an event. Of course, the prize money is different. And for that, I'd like to thank Mr. Raju again for garnering the support from all the sponsors that he has. Special thanks to our hospitality, our hotel partner Novotel. Unfortunately, they're not here today. But partners like this is what actually makes an event a success. So, sir, thank you very much for all your efforts which has been put in. I'd like to thank the people who've been responsible for the F&B service over here. It's been amazing. The players have been really looked after. Your hospitality has been par excellence. So thank you very much. And of course to the media who've justified and giving us the kind of coverage that is required to take the sport to the next level. And sir, thank you very much again, sir, for taking time out to be here amongst us. I know it is a very precious time for you, but thank you once again, sir. I look forward to seeing you all again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Anderson Raju, Honorary Secretary, East Point Golf Club, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, friends. Today's chief guest, Jawaharlal Reddy Garu, Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh, Uttam Mandi, CEO, my President and my team. It is a great pleasure for EPGC. We have waiting for this day, which is fruitful. EPGC is established in 1884 and shifted here in 1964, slowly developed. We have little land left that was achieved with the government support. Another 12 acres was added because for a championship course we need 6,900 meters fairway length. That could not be happen with our old extent. After government has given, our committee made a greens committee to look after the construction advice. Mr. Nandan Heblekar was choiced as our consultant for course reconstruction. Is a very simple, practical and cost economy. He has taken my suggestions more than 100 where we can save cost. Until unless we have a filling area, I have never allowed him to cut. And a double, it should not happen. And he asked around 3 lakh cubic meters of earth to be transported here. That is a great difficulty here. Then we had a shrimp farm, we lined. That idea I have brought it, and water bodies, we had now around 3 crores liters of water bodies. We lined it. Like that we got the earth also here itself. We have not get any earth from outside. Like that, in making it, so many non-golfers and my player friends have contributed around 3 crores while constructing this, because EPGC is not that potential as other golf courses. And our Visakhapatnam town also is a two-tier town, and this place is really then more business, more leisure town for retirement people have a leisure time. Out of it also we were able to complete within the budget what committee has given. We have completed, sir, this course in 18 months with 12 crores. When we went for GIA summit, EPGC and Kutub Golf Course Delhi were nominated for best renovated. We got a tie. Then they spent 60 crores in 6 years. We spent 12 crores in 18 months. And the moderator asked us for 2 hours, different questions. I answered them very well, and with 2 marks extra, we got the last year best renovated course, sir. From then onwards, EPGC was known to the out of the world after getting that award. And our aim is 2 things are left out, sir, here. We are telling outside people ours is a professional champion course. They are asking us, have you conducted the PGTI tournament? Our face is becoming blank. No, we have to conduct a PGTI tournament is our motto has become. Now, Uttam was introduced by Nandan. He came, he told how much accommodation you got. We have very little accommodation. No, Uttam, you come here once. After he came here, he saw the course and other facilities. As far as the golf concerned, we are nowhere less to any international standard now. For a driving range, by course and by coaches, by junior program consultant. Only lacking is we didn't have rooms and good clubhouse. That is, I request our Chief Secretary Garu and our GMC Commissioner Garu, please help us in sanctioning a plan. We'll build by next year and make it. It's done. Okay, sir. It is done, Anna Rande. Please, big. Sir, we just sent the plan 2 days back. If it was given, we will have it in no time, because we are all builders. So many builders are here. Any builder can make it within a year, sir. With a good parking area, 2-3 levels and 5 floors, that is sufficient for us. And our course will be the full-fledged to the international standard. And my thanks to my sponsors is not enough, sir, because this this tournament, when we went there, what mileage they get is the question. First, by telling, even RVS knows it very well. He got a promises of 70 lakhs, realization of 10 lakhs. Like that, there is no mileage. Any sponsor seeks some mileage. Out of it also, we were able to make good sponsors, around 10 associated partners and 2 powered partners, Devi Seafoods and VPR projects. Rest all Nekkanti, Viswa Samudra, Soma Builders, SRK, Steel City and UD. Like that, 10 people made it happen, sir. Because we thought we should not spend 1 NP also from our club for this PGTI tournament. Anyhow, we made the surplus. I think next time Uttam also will come by goodwill itself without asking me prize money. This year we are contributing 30 lakhs to them. 30 lakhs to him out of 1 crore prize money. And Uttam, always November is better. Please choose our place to November. With all this, I thank one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I'd now request Vice Admiral G. Srinivasan, President East Point Golf Club, to kindly share his thoughts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very special welcome to our chief guest for this afternoon, Mr. Jawahar Reddy, the Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh. We are very indeed indebted and grateful to you, sir, for having taken the time to be in our midst this afternoon. A lot has already been said, but as I sat down thinking what more I should say, because it's very difficult to speak after Mr. Raju has spoken. So see, he's also suggesting what I say. The protocol in the committee is very clear. The president follows whatever the secretary tells. But as I stand over here to speak, I can see that there are a number of factors that we need to acknowledge. First of all, we need to acknowledge the passion of both the members of the committee, the subcommittee, the greenkeepers, the caddies, the venue, the staff, the management, and everybody else of the EPGC and the PGTI, who have come together to make this wonderful tournament a great success. So in addition to the participation and the passion and the participation, we need to thank the players, our professionals who have come and actually lit up this golf course with fantastic golf that we have witnessed over the last 4 days. And we are extremely grateful to all the pros who have been so kind in showering us with such a lot of appreciation. We truly take it to our heart and we greatly value it. So having spoken about passion, participation, the PGTI and players, we've also talked about permissions. And I think that permissions are being granted today as well as paisa. So all the P's have fallen into place. The only thing that is left for me to say is to simply thank every one of you for coming here in large numbers and being this wonderful crowd, and the players, and a hearty congratulations to the winners of this wonderful tournament that has been played for the very first time in what I consider the most beautiful golf course in the world. Congratulations, Tangaraju. Congratulations to everybody else.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, a beautiful golf course and a great setting for our tournament this year. I would now request Sri K.S. Jawahar Reddy, IAS Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, hearty congratulations to East Point Golf Club for organizing such a prestigious tournament in the golf, and also thank Mr. Uttam for accepting and then conducting this tournament here, because I know what is the effort required to organize a PGTI, and as luck could have it, last time when the PGTI was conducted in Hyderabad Golf Club, I was associated in 2015, if I remember correctly, or 14. And last week when the organizing committee of this club came to me to invite for this function, I was pleasantly surprised that PGTI is being organized in Vizag. So very big congratulations to the club management. And then it's a wonderful work. I played in this course couple of times. It's a very nice course. And I'm sure we'll have this PGTI would be an annual feature from hereafter. Yes, sir. Thank you. And whatever, in fact, when Mr. Raju asked me the permission for the clubhouse, I thought he's asking me for the finance. And I pleasantly came to know that it's only the permission. So I would now instruct my municipal commissioner, the moment you submit the plan, I think whatever is the minimum time required, he will take and then approve it. And then big congratulations to the winner. I think Atiti Devo Bhava. So we have kind of honored our guest from Sri Lanka. That's right. And winning the tournament. Congratulations, Tangaraj, and all the others. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Before we begin the prize presentation, there is a plaque presentation to be held, and I would request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly present the plaque to Mr. Emerson Raju. Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, on behalf of PGTI, presenting the plaque to Mr. Emerson Raju, receiving it on behalf of EPGC. There is an announcement to begin with of the 2 holes in 1 this week by Anurag Neog on the 2nd hole and Rajesh Kumar on the 11th hole, both coming in round 2. Both players will receive checks of rupees 20,000 each from PGTI as well as EPGC. Anurag is not here today, but Rajesh Kumar is here. I would request Rajesh Kumar to kindly join us on stage to receive his 2 checks. I would request Mr. Emerson Raju to present the check on behalf of EPGC to Rajesh. I would also request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to present the check to Rajesh, the check going from PGTI's side. Moving on to the prize presentation, I'd request Vice Admiral G. Srinivasan, President EPGC, to kindly do the honors in giving away the prize to the runner-up this week, Akshay Sharma, with scores of 67, 68, 73 and 73 for a total of 7 under 281. Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh. He takes away a prize money check worth rupees 10 lakh. I'd now request Sri K.S. Jawahar Reddy, IAS Chief Secretary to Government of Andhra Pradesh, to kindly give away the prize to our winning professional, A big hand for N. Thangaraja from Sri Lanka, his 4th PGTI win and 6th professional win. He had scores of 71, 73, 70 and 66 today for a total of 8 under 280, coming from behind to win the title. He receives the trophy, the magnificent new trophy depicting the dolphin's nose, a landmark in the city of Visakhapatnam. He also receives the giant check for prize money worth rupees 15 lakh. I'd request Sri K.S. Jawahar Reddy to kindly do the honors, presenting him the winning check. Many congratulations to the champion Thangaraja. And it's now time for the winner's speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. EPGC members, thank you so much. Giving good support. PGTI staff, thank you so much. All referee, my club leaders, Muniappa, thank you so much. My work is caddy, is my friend Suresh, thank you so much. He good support, is good work. Thank you so much. Special thanks my wife. Thank you so much, Dali. You give a good support. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going to the Asian game. I'm good win. I good feel. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, all player, all PGTI members, staff. Thank you so much.
About the course,
yeah,
first time playing here.
Yeah, first time I play that golf course. It's wonderful golf course, good condition. I like it. I think another 3-4 years is getting very tough, the golf course. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Greenkeeper, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations to Thangaraja. Mr. Emerson Raju would like to add something here.
Actually, after PGTI has accepted it, we want to present our EPGC the best possible way. Like a bride, we want to make our course and give for play. In that context, even though ours is a professional course, some were less. One is capillary bunkers and a little drainage system, one pathway and bridges. Our greens team has worked day and night, all the members, and they told it is impossible. No, we can do it. EPGC can do anything. And they have done a lot of jobs, sir. Our Greens Committee, whatever we say, it is less to them. At the same time, our F&B has given a good food all the days, and our reception committee has taken care all the guests, and infrastructure committee, and administration, particularly our tournament administration, first time, sir, we are keeping all our caddies, orientation classes 7 and tests, and attire also. Now, at the caddy level also, we are at a best courses standard, sir. And our tournament member, Narsimraju, has given all the support to PGTA one day before what they required. And our events committee, Rajendra, always he is very, very enthusiastic in conducting this thing. He has done so many events to entertain all of us. Our maintenance team, particularly our maintenance member was out of station, in charge was there, but our subcommittee members of the maintenance team, they have done the excellent job. Thank you. And EPGC shape, they have changed it. I request all my committee members, please join for a group photo.
Thank you. We would request all the committee members to kindly join us here for a group photo, and the winner and the runner-up to kindly join us here too for the group photo with the committee members and the dignitaries. Thanga, and if Akshay is here. Akshay, can you kindly join us here for a group picture? Before we conclude, we would like to thank East Point Golf Club, members of the committee, the core staff, greenkeepers, the club staff, F&B staff here, all the players, referees and officials, powered by partners, VPR Builders and Devi Seafoods, associate partners, Steel City Securities Limited, SRK Infra, Nekanti, Vishwa Samudra Ultra Dimensions Group, Laurus Labs, GMM Fodler, Soma Developers, Radisson Blue, and of course hospitality partner Novotel Varun Beach, Visakhapatnam. And finally our tour partners Rolex, Tata Steel, Bisleri, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly and Athletic Drive. Thank you for having us here this year. We thoroughly enjoyed it and look forward to seeing you again next year.